Welcome back to a support gameplay commentary by Wineblue, this time featuring Thaemine Hard. I will go over gameplay footage on all three supports, narrating some of the things going on in my head. I'll try to provide tips regarding how to perform well on supports, and how to aim for that radiant. This commentary will assume that you have decent knowledge of the raid from guides, so I will not go over every detail. This is far from perfect gameplay, so I'll make a lot of mistakes, which I will comment on as well. Let's get started. First up is Bard. You take Pot, Stimulant, Destro, and Dark, and try to pre-charge Luminary stacks before going in if possible. And two things I need to stress about Gate 1. You can get meter on the trash mobs and during mechs. So try to abuse that to get more meter. And then second, as a support, one of your roles is to be primary counter. So always try to aim to get that counter. Your DPSs, assume that they'll be busy and all. Just for the entire raid group, just knowing that the supports will always try to get those counters just makes things much more consistent, makes it easier for everyone. Try to be reliable in that sense. Let's go in then. So I should have charged up luminary stacks, but I was lazy in this run. Yeah, try to like abuse things that are short cooldown before entering the gate. Things like sound shock. So first of all, you should proc yearning and attack buff and apply it to everyone, and then use identity buff. And then she'll always do a back grab at some point during her pattern, so always be mindful of that. Don't stand on her back. And then if you are the support, try to grab the aggro. Because if you walk in front of Killinessa and like in between the player who is the aggro and Killinessa, you can get the aggro and then you can control it and then get that counter with much more ease. He has a lot of push patterns. Be careful with that. You need to be aware of which things can push you. Generally, what you can do on supports is, I mean, this is a very overgeared and well-experienced party, but generally you'll have time to use one awakening before she faces for 145. So use one awakening, try to get all the gauge that you can. If your group is slower DPS, you can probably try to use a second identity buff before she goes and phases. Or in this case, because we push really fast, I just keep it. And then I'll try to stack up gauge on the center while doing the stagger. So on Bard, I should be able to get around like a bubble. Even after the stagger check is done, I keep trying to get gauge. Someone was grabbed there, so I got pushed. Unfortunate. On Bard, you can apply Guardian Tune so that even if people get stunned, they don't get stunned, which is nice. Of course, assuming you have the CC block. But even if you get stunned here, it's not really important. Here, one thing to notice and to note is that while she's DR'd like this, she takes 0 damage, and you can't get gauge off her, but you can get gauge off the trash mobs on the side. If you notice here, trash mobs here, you can get gauge from those. Throughout the gate, try to maximize your meter gain by abusing those trash mobs here and there. Always be mindful of that back grab. And here I get the aggro for this pattern, and I'm still applying attack buffs and yearning from afar while positioning myself to aim the aggro on the crater. Here, people are grabbed. It's a great phase to gather meter. Of course, don't forget to apply attack buffs in yearning. And regarding Awakening, you can pretty much use it every time it's available. The more Awakening, the more identity in this gate. Especially on Bards. Here, one trick is when she moves to the center around the 100 line mech, it'll be faster if you manage to hit the craters twice. She'll face to the center, right? You can get a bit of gauge here. You can fit in like 2 skills. I have to move out. And then if there are trash mobs lying around, you can try to get gauge off those. Doing the mech. Destruction bomb in. Now, it depends on the DPS of the raid group, but in our case, we tend to get the Squid Game mech soon after the 100 line mech ends. Do you want to be wary of that? If you have identity buff, you might want to save it for after Squid Game. I'm not exactly sure of when Squid Game happens. I think it's a timed mech, but you'll have to get a good feel for it by doing it yourself. Now, the Squid Game has started, so if you have any meter and you know that Squid Game is happening, save it, because this is not a good DPS pattern. But still, there will be people who are trying to get whatever DPS they can off this. So try to apply attack buff and mark and yearning and all during this, in case there are goblins like that, like over here. And of course, don't get grabbed. And after you've applied attack buff and mark, and you've done all you can to not get grabbed, you can try to get meter, especially off the trash mobs, but also on killing SL herself. I waited to use Awakening for after the mech is done because you can kind of go to a corner and just use it to not get grabbed if you're far enough away from her. Attack buff, yearning, keep rotating. Always watch what she's doing. Like right now, she's aggroing onto someone. And there's just a lot of things that can push you in this mech. So make sure to abuse the push immunities that you have on Bard. Right now, I'm playing Careless. Also because it's a full friends group. And so in this case, we push really fast and we hit 50. If you're doing it without Transcendence and all, this will be much slower. And always, when you're throwing Destruction Bomb, be aware of where the strawberries are. Basic stuff. And then again, this is gauge building territory. And you should always be looking at the lines, like before this, right? If you know that you're going to face soon, because you're hitting 50 soon, 55, I think. Then whatever meter you have, you might want to hold on to that. I'm really careless about the counters right now because I know that everyone in this party knows how to counter, but that will not be true during prog. So it's best if the supports can look out for it. Now, if you throw in Destruction Bomb and you moved in, the stagger check here, they give you a lot of time. So actually your goal is not to stagger, it's to build gauge. So get your gauge building skills first and then do stagger. as long as nobody's detonated one of the strawberries, right? If somebody's detonated one of the strawberries and you have to wait, then you won't have a lot of time to stagger. In which case, you should be focusing on staggering. But in this case, we have a lot of time. So I've managed to build up to full. I started this at... Yeah, so like you have enough time to build like one bubble, I'd say. Now here, what you want to do as a support is, first of all, you apply attack buff in Yearning and Mark. And then you should be looking out for these eyeballs. One of your jobs is to take care of these so that they don't get too close, so that people don't step on them and get 1 HP. So I picked this footage particularly because it's nice in the sense that everything goes wrong. So 2 party mates are dead. We still do the hidden ball throw, of course, because everyone has transcendence, and we can still do it. We can still do the DPS check even with 2 people dead. And so what you should do here is, so first of all, try to use it hidden ball thrower when you know that the HP bar is going to hit 35, so that you can negate the eye explosion pattern. And then as a support, you should have 3 bubbles ready. As a bard, you should have 3 bubbles ready so that people can do the DPS check, melt through the shield, and then what you want to do is you'll have that stimulant lying around. Use that stimulant right after the shield that detonates, because this is also a big damage window here. And of course, this part counts towards the radiant support, unlike the shield part. So that's what I did. I used stimulant, I used identity buff, and we managed to chunk down through 12 more lines, even with 2 DPS were dead there because of the reflect pattern, but still 1 DPS profited off that 3 bubble. Now, the biggest tip I can provide for the Squid Game of 35 lines is to do sideways movement, so horizontal movement relative to the boss. See how I'm like really close to her, but I keep dodging her grabs and all. Always move sideways. Don't move towards or away from the boss. Move sideways. That's more important. And then dodging between the lines here, the tentacles. You'll have to get a good feel for it. But basically, she'll throw one of the threads directly in front of her, and slightly sideways to that is safe. If you know that, you can kind of position yourself so that you don't get grabbed, even if you are in the range of that grab. Always be mindful that she does a dash, which is also a grab, after she does the frontward grab. This part is really dirty right now. I got Twitch chat following me. If you're a DPS, you can kill them, but as support, you kind of have to like dodge around or like ask for help from DPSs. They can take care of them. We only have 1 DPS alive. We're waiting for Balthor, kinda. So here, dodge it like this. So if someone gets 10 bleed stacks, then this pattern will happen. And this will happen a lot during prog, especially. But you dodge zigzagging between the donuts, and then be aware that she will do a 180 while spinning, and this will be a counter, and you will have to hit that counter to make this the grab to people live. And so I did that counter right there. Whenever you're like low HP, you have ghosts following you. If it fills up, you get MC'd. You don't want that. Gotta dodge around. It's a really messy gate. And of course, the basics, like every time you use identity, try to throw a dark bomb if it's not there already, so that your DPSs can profit off that 3 bubble, 2 bubble, even more. Yeah, try to use your awakening as much as possible. One thing I should note is that in case you're not doing the hidden bolt or 35 strat, or like you're not, your team is not entirely sure how to do it. Because see here, the 35 land mech, the eye explosion pattern is going on, but we have the Balthor shield. So even though the eyeball detonates over there, we don't take damage. Now, if you're not entirely sure how to do this, then what supports should do is, like, preferably they have awakening available for this pattern. And they use awakening around the time that like before the eyeball detonates. And in my case, I don't bring Rhapsody to this raid, but you should have Rhapsody. Or actually, no, I don't recommend that in my support build guide. But yeah, just it's better if you know how to do Hidden Balthor, negating the eye explosion. But in case you don't have it, something goes wrong and you can't use it. Sometimes that happens. I have Awakening available for this, and if you have Rhapsody, use that. And if you don't have Rhapsody, just use Guardian Tune and win a music so that you can protect your party mates. Because there's a lot of accidents that can happen during this eye explosion. And then let's see. And so this one was a funny footage because I do end up getting 18% radiant, even though two of my party mates were dead. It's also because the other side was also dead. Now moving on to Paladin. Look at this run. Enter, mark, attack buff, and identity buff. And of course, I should have had luminary stacks charged up. Now I'm looking at this. That was the third strike, so it was going to be a counter. Should try to look and try to do that counter, but in this case, yeah, I know that everyone in this party knows how to do it. And experience runs, like everyone knows how to counter. So I'm a bit more lax about that. That should not how you play. That should not be how you play in prog and while you're learning the skate. Unfortunately, we got one of the rare patterns where it's not a DPS pattern. Trying to dodge. If you can provide protection to your party mates, like say somebody got knocked to the ground and they don't have recovery, I always try to provide protection with God's decree and all. We used Wade's gonna chunk her HP really fast and she's gonna phase. So here, I'm thinking about going to my position, but I'm trying to get Gauge at the same time while exiting. I got to use one awakening before phasing into this. And now I'm gathering for another identity buff. And I managed to get it. I'm gonna use it. Got taunted. So she's doing the 3 slaps into the counter. Back grab. Dodge that. Always be centered around, like close enough to the boss so that you can dodge things like that. The back grab. Used another awakening to get identity buff. I tried to get that counter, but she turned again. She always targets onto that one person who had the aggro, so when you're trying to counter, be mindful of that. And I think I can fit in one more identity buff before she goes away, so I do that. All of these circles are pushed, so it's kind of unfortunate for Paladin. He doesn't have ready sources of push immunity. Here I try to get a bit of gauge, whatever I can, right? And then dodge the big explosion circles. I see one of those trash mobs on the ground. I try to get gauge from it, see? Not exactly sure if these also count as... You can also get meter off those. I'm not entirely sure. I should try getting it. I've never tried. Now, with our rate of DPS, she will be doing the squid game. So even if I had meter, I would have not used it immediately. I would have watched the pattern first. And see how I'm trying to provide branding and attack buffs while dodging everything. Go for that counter. It's really easy to do that counter with Holy Sword because it's multi-proc. Identity buff in now that Squid Game is done, and I throw a Dark Bomb alongside that. In this case, I think I use my Stimulant, too. It's one of those runs where I accidentally used it. Generally, I would save it for down there. Under 35 lines. Move out. I move out to drop the poop. Good, I got the counter. Attack buff, mark, in. And she phased. Our DPS too fast in this party. I try to get to position first because I didn't have enough time. I throw a destruction bomb not at the strawberry, right beside it. And I try to get gauge off the 50 line stagger mech. So notice how I use my yellow skills first before using my blue skills. In this case, we have enough time. It's an experienced party, so I don't like focus too much on the eyeballs. I focus first on providing attack buffs, yearning identity buff first. But that's not what you should do in a prog group, definitely. And in the early stages of learning this fight, supports should primarily be like it should be the ones who are primarily trying to get rid of these eyeballs. Of course, like range DPS should also chime in. Oh, it's one of these runs where we failed to get the so this is the thing. She'll try to knock you out of the hidden Balthor, of the Balthor, but everyone needs to be inside of it in order for the shield to proc. Right? I was really careless here because this is a full friends group and all. So I know that whatever I do, I'm gonna clear, but this is not how you guys should play. Because Paladin does not have push immunity sources. You should try to dodge her attempts at knocking you out of the hidden Balthor like that. Like I should not have gotten hit by that. I should have spacebarred it or something. In this case, we get the eye explosion, but we didn't have the shield, so we did have one casualty. So we'll just kind of have to brute force it, right? And this is bad because like her patterns under 35 are really hard bad. It's really hard to do damage. But this is an experienced party, so we'll manage. Now we're dodging sideways movement relative to the boss. Always look at the minimap. And at her when she's close to you, of course. Sideways movement. See how I dodged that? Like looking at where she's looking at and then being slightly sideways to that. You can dodge that. Ever so slightly sideways. And dodge the big red telegraphs that spawn all around the map. You can try to proc Yearning too, if you're brave enough. Holy Sword. Easy counter on this. Now, like, all her patterns are really dirty, and you have, like, eyeballs flocking in to the group, and, like, she does so much push. She, like, moves away, around in the entire map. It's really dirty. Even hitting Thaemine properly is a difficult task here. You have to, like, be kind of lucky with it. And because everything hurts here, it's the support's job to provide adequate shielding and all. And this is such an easy pattern for a Paladin. Like that. You use Holy Sword as she's turning around. You're already casting it. You'll hit it as she turns 180. Oh. It's just really dirty. Dodge, that's the first slash. Grab. That hurts a lot. Everything hurts here. Third slash, so counter soon. Oh, someone got MC there. Everything can go wrong in this gate. Oh, I got 10 stacks there. Okay. I live. I'm still alive. Someone does the counter. Nice. I use Way there. I'm almost turned. I'm almost MC'd. Oh, I'm MC'd. But Way finishes it off. Yeah, Christ Vision popped at the end. And that's how you get 20% Radiant. Also, have Saint in your party. Make it really easy to get Radiant. So even with that, like, that was not good performance, right? But still, I can get 20% Radiant, stuff like that. In a sense, you could say it's less about uptime, but like doing like there's so many things that supports should be doing in this gate. You have to do everything, and then on top of that, greeting for gauge, like getting that meter every time you have an opportunity, and knowing good patterns to DPS, and providing attack buffs, and mark and identity buff opportunely. Okay, this time it's artist, and I do have a kind of a goblin setup. That's what I tend to do in gate 1. Because at this point, everyone knows how to do the gates. But if you're learning the gates and you're progging and all, you should be definitely referring to the skill sets I recommend, my support build guide. I try to build up a bit of luminary stacks there. Yearning. Carpet and Sun Sketch go in first with an identity buff, and then I would try to get whatever gauge I can. Finding shielding and trying to get gauge off of Hopper. I follow up the identity buff, Sun Sketch, rotations with Sunwell. Awakening because I have one bubble filled up and I can fill up 2 with Awakening. Opportune timing. And then we have a Gun Lancer. I think that's a Gun Lancer. Yeah. So counters, he'll be dealing with that. I'm like trying to get as many identity buff pops as I can. And I do have one stroke for this gate, which is my preference for this gate. And in general, I guess. And try to get whatever gauge you can. I use one stroke for gauge building. I try to drop whatever skills I can before I have to go people run. I'm planting carpet and attack buff before the DR goes away so that DPS can readily start DPSing as soon as the DRs are over. And then when I notice that the DR is actually over, I use identity buff. Back grab. Always try to navigate around her. Oh, I got grabbed by that. Oh, that's like ping issue, I think. Although I have 0 ping. That's one of the issues, right? All right. So, okay, so that's a good example. I think she does. Yeah. So Hopper, I kind of got grabbed because of Hopper in a sense. Like I do have Galewind there, and I try to get out of it really fast. But if you have wealth on Galewind and you don't have SA to SA2, then you're gonna get caught out of position like that. So either have Galewind or have SA2. Definitely recommended to reduce the risks of such things happening. Always try to rotate attack buffs, of course. I'm always thinking about that. And then always thinking about bubble management. So that was a good time to use Awakening because I've had less than 1 bubble. And we're still at 116. Now, if she was facing this way, I would have tried one stroking it. Because I'm not using upper stroke, I don't have to walk over to her to counter that. See, I'm trying to get whatever gauge I can. And now I'm like, I hit one hit of Hopper and I'm people out. I'm scared. I think that's a one shot. Circle explosions. Would an SA2 mean going HA2? Oh, yeah. I mean, my personal recommendation in the end is going Christ Evasion and HA3 along with Galewind on Hopper. But if you really want to use SA2, it's not a bad choice. Definitely not. You just have to live without Christ Evasion, right? Now grab mech. Do I get grabbed here? Let's see. See, I'm trying to provide attack buffs and trying to get whatever gauge I can. Mark, attack buff. Okay, nobody got grabbed in this case. Nobody at all. So I use identity buff right away. I'm gathering a bit more gauge. I'm probably going to use Awakening after using this identity buff, right? Try to get that counter first before dropping another attack buff. And yeah, Awakening right there. Identity buff, attack buff. Tiger, Hopper. Shielding with portals. Unfortunately, she ran out of my Sunwell. Whenever she runs to one of the edges of the map, she tends to do that. She'll do a back step and leave a blue puddle. Be mindful of that. When she moves too far towards the edge of the platform. I just used one stroke just for gauge there. Here, don't get hit. Move out. Doing stagger build engage while applying attack buff and yearning and all. Yongmeng, I mean identity buff. She wasn't looking at me, so I wasn't gonna get pushed. Good, good. Hopper. And she phases. So now I'm trying to get whatever gauge I can on the center. I did that too early. They can fit in like 2 skills after she lands. And I noticed the strawberries are over here and here, so I can throw my destruction bomb without thinking too much over there. So, okay, someone procced that strawberry. In this case, this is also a gauge pattern. Thankfully, someone procced that, so I can just build gauge without thinking too much. But once the debuff elapses, you definitely have to focus on staggering that. And in the end, though, you're rotating all your skills, so doing stagger and building gauge at the same time. So thanks to that, whoever popped that, good. I got to get 3 bubbles out of that. So carpet, sun sketch, and I step on a few eyeballs before I provide identity buff. I tried to get that counter, but she knocked me in the air. That's one of the rare patterns. I use awakening as I see that so that I can protect my DPSs like this. If you make one wrong step, you can keep getting hit, right? So I just tank that knowing that I probably get HE3 too. And I have Christ Evasion, so even if I do get shredded to death, I won't die. I can just cast Awakening there. Let's look at that again. I use Identity buff just to get rid of the bubbles. I mean, she's not targetable, so maybe I should just drop the heal there, but I just wanted to get that Awakening in fast. Sun Sketch. And then always watching the lines. It's 40 lines now. 5 lines to Balthor. Stepping on the eyeballs. In this case, this is a puck, so I'm like a bit more mindful of the eyeballs and all. She dodges my carpet. Rip. It's just such a hectic raid that like things like that will end up happening. That was within reach, I think. But like if somebody gets grabbed by that, the window to counter is really, really short. Really short. So now we use Balthor. Try not to get knocked out of the Balthor in case she tries to knock you out of it. And so we negate the eye explosion mech with that, and we're doing the shield shred. Attack buff. And I use Stimulant there so that my DPS can get whatever DPS they can there. Unfortunately, she phases right away. Kind of a waste, but it's the intention that counts, right? And I use Awakening just for the bubbles there. Before the vacuum at the center starts happening and I get sucked in. I'm dodging, doing sideways movements. Looking at the mini-map. Counter. Then sketch into identity buff. Then use whatever spam skills I have to get gauge and all. Fortunately, she moves out of my Sunwell. You need to be decently close, of course, to her at all times so that you can dodge things like the back grab. Ah. I get knocked. Wow, it hurts a lot. Do I have HA or is it drops of ether? Not entirely sure. Probably HA. All my if it's artist, it probably have HA, and it still hurts like that. Carpet got canceled. Rip. Also was aiming it in the wrong direction. On the what I was aiming it at. Wow, almost died. Wow. Yeah, and this is with HA. It's nuts, right? I'm trying to dodge the ghosts while surviving and providing shield. We do get it done. It's really messy, this gate. And I get 21% radiant off that performance. Unbelievable, right? After seeing how messy, like how many marks I miss and how many sunwells she dodges. Yeah, because on my gauge build. And if I'm having trouble, it also means the other support is having trouble. And all the DPS are also struggling with doing damage. It's just a very messy gate. You're gonna have to expect to miss skills and all. You just have to be like uh aim at whatever consistency you can get. So yeah. Okay, gate 2 on Bard. First off, battle items. I take pots. Time stop is recommended during proc and while you're learning the raid because you can negate certain patterns, certain raid wipes, kind of using time stop. So it's very nice for that purpose. Shiny Sacred Charm instead of just Sacred Charm reduces the risk, and so everyone should be taking shiny Sacred Charms. That's the meta in the Korean server at least. And then Dark Bomb. And then notice that uh like this is just a me thing, but I tend to take Rhapsody because I know how to do a few skill shot, like trick shot counters in this gate. So I like to do that just to like just have fun and all. But generally, you should be taking Rhapsody, of course. Rhapsody has just so many uses in this game. But like, for me, I'm experienced. I know my party mates are experienced, so I don't really see too many Rhapsody angles. But when you're learning, definitely take Rhapsody to mitigate the risks. And then stack up Luminary before going in. And let's jump in. Oh, it's splendid? Okay, okay. Not shiny. I'll call it shiny though. Okay, what I tend to do when entering the gate, he always starts by doing a 6-way explosion. That is also a push pattern. So I enter with attack buff and mark, and then I run over him, and then I use some sort of push immune skill. In this case, I think I use Guardian Tune. Yeah. So that I'm standing on top of him. Any DPS trying to come to the boss will get yearning as fast as they can. That's the sprinkler, great DPS pattern. Whenever you're using identity buff, you want to make sure that it's not the Zeus pattern. Called the Zeus where he just is removed from the map and he drops a lot of electricity all over the map. That's not a DPS pattern. You can't DPS him. He's untargetable. So just make sure that whenever you're casting identity buff, that it's not the Zeus pattern, so that your buff does not go to waste. Nice patterns here, sprinkler into sprinkler, and then he moves to the center because the line has reached around 155. He goes to the center, 153 maybe. And so there, I just was at the center. I just tanked it with Guardian. Yeah, here I think I tank it with Guardian Tune. Yeah, Guardian Tune. And then I'm on him. I'm dropping Mark and Brand and attack buff. I'm watching his patterns. I see that it's a good DPS pattern. This one's a decent DPS pattern, so I just use my identity buff. Attack buff. He moves out of it, sadly. Guardian Tune. Always watching for party mates in case they need shielding and whatnot. Heals. This one's a puck group, so I don't go to goblin mode. I do rotate a lot of heals here. Now, 135 lines has been reached. And if my party mate's HP was low, is low, like in this case, I drop a heal there. And this is because I know that I can get 3 bubbles back before the next encounter where we can do DPS. So here I'm the 8th counter because I'm party 2, number 4. Generally, you do it in a U shape. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm in charge of the last counter. What that means is that I get to build gauge. See, while everyone else is dealing with the counters successively, I'm gathering gauge at the top. You can see my gauge bar going up. Now, if you're not number 8, say you're number 4, because generally supports are given those spots, number 4 and number 4 on both parties, right? So if you're the support of party 1, what I tend to do if that's the case is I just go up and I drop a few gauge building skills. And then when it's my turn, I go down. So after the first 2 counters are done, I can like move down and I'll be there in time for my counter turn. But like for that to take place, you need to be able to keep track of which counter number it is, of course. So this kind of an advanced strat. But if you're number 8, of course, just keep building gauge like I am right now. And then one thing you can do as a support too is the more the DPS get experienced, they will try to profit off the damage window that happens at the top after the 8 counters are done. So you can try to provide yearning to your party mates by moving down while you're building gauge. Like you just go down there once, like say, like while you're building gauge, like around this time, you can go down and just like provide yearning once so that in case they want to go up and do damage, they'll have that yearning, that extra movement and attack speed. And now I'm waiting for the 8th counter here, the blue one, so I counter it. And then I provide attack buff and mark. I'm careless there, so I just step in it, but yeah, you shouldn't do that. And here there are sometimes there are people who greed like 1 skill or 2 here. You can do damage here. So what I do is I provide attack buff and mark, and then they're gonna deal with the counter. I'm dealing with the wall. You need to do multi hits to destroy the wall. And then we're here. Now Guardian Tune OP, use it here so that people don't get electrocuted from this puddle right here. There's a lot of accidents that can happen from that. Oh, they failed the counter. So 1 person dead. It's okay. You use another Guardian Tune here. You have it back up if you're full Swift. And so that allows swift sail through this part of the electricity poop. I'm moving upwards just in case I'm in position to counter the first one. Go to the second one. You always have to be wary because it can be a grab stagger instead of a counter. In case he doesn't appear with a blue counter visual, then it will be a grab stagger. So you don't want to be standing in front of him. You want to spacebar outwards, if that's the case. In this case, it was a counter. Someone did the counter. Good. And one thing to note, though, on support, on Bard, especially, because you have a lot of gauge to build, this entire runway is trash mobs. You can build gauge here. 2. So I'm at 2 bubbles. I started with 0 bubbles at the 8 counters. I built close to 2 bubbles from that. And here, I'm just trying to get whatever extra bubbles I can get. There are trash mobs here too. Now, one thing you can do on, if you're an experienced player and all, is if you're standing right in between the 3 Udyrs, then they will aggro onto you. They'll walk up to you, and then they'll do an explosion right there. So what you can do is you gather them up so that they don't aggro onto anyone else, because they can all like jump over here and everyone gets hit by that explosion. What I tend to do is I take the aggro here, standing. And it's much easier if you have Rhapsody, of course. I just use Guardian Tune and then Sonic Vibration if possible. One thing to note though is that there are certain trash mobs that can push you. And if you get pushed the wrong way, this has happened to me too. You can get pushed out of the platform and you can die. So always when you're doing this strat, because see, like nobody got hit from these explosions because I tanked it, I aggroed it, and left the explosion to happen on the left side. Uh, always use push immunity. You have a lot of options on Bard, even without Rhapsody, so sure to do that. On the right side, it's always a blue counter. You can do it without countering, without watching, whether it's red or blue. And around this part of the runway, you want to use Guardian Tune again so that people don't get electrocuted, just in case, right? Does the explosion do much damage? It generally doesn't kill, but it does a lot of damage, especially if you get hit by all three of them. So I had 3 bubbles coming up here because I've built it, and then this is a pug, so I'm just being extra safe by planting a heal there. But if I'm just focusing on providing identity buffs, what I can do is after I use my initial 3 bubble, I use an awakening, and then I gather up 1 bubble from skills, and then I use a 2 bubble because you have around 30 seconds before he does the hidden, before you have to use hidden Azenna. So you can use 1 identity buff, 3 bubble, and then use awakening, and then gather up an extra bubble. So you spend another 2 bubble, and then use stimulant and use another 3 bubble for the hidden Azenna part. This the hidden Azenna mech. I use Azenna here. And what I did is, since this is a pug and my party mates were lower HP, I rotated 2 heals. I used 1 heal before this. Like while dodging everything and all, I'm applying like attack buff and rotating marks and all. And I have 1 bubble filled up because you can fill 2 bubbles before the hidden Azenna with awakening. So I just use another heal here, and I use stimulant, and I use identity buff, attack buff mark. And there's a huge damage window. You don't want to miss this. Make sure you have someone has dark bomb on it too. We didn't have dark bomb there, but I think it ran out early. And then I managed to get 1 extra bubble while that damage pattern happened. What I like to do with Rhythm Buckshot here, on any of my characters actually, is I try to fish for these counters. They happen randomly on the right and left. The location's kind of random, but I like doing this. It's kind of cool. It's just there's nothing to do with whether you clear the raid. But yeah, generally I can get a counter on the right, I can get a counter on the left, and it's really easy to do with Rhythm Buckshot instead of Prelude. That's why I take Rhythm Buckshot here. Also, it helps with some of the counters, of course. And you use Guardian Tune before you cross here. So after the wall is destroyed, there's an additional electricity puddle that happens here. And so to mitigate the risk of people getting hit by that, you use Guardian Tune there too for CC block. I start with attack buff and mark. Ideally, I would have had 5 luminary stacks. So I was like, not paying too much attention there. So apply branding, attack buff, mark. Someone does the counter. Nice. And then what's on my mind now is around 75-ish. He's gonna phase. So I've spent a 2 bubble here because we have like 5, 6 lines to go, and we have enough time to do damage before he leaves. I have my awakening up. Now he should phase. Yeah, he phases. What I tend to do here on my supports is I build a bit of gauge on the center. And then I look at his body color. And so you have to send in the balls that are not his body color. So I go look out for blues and push them out of the map, and then I go back in, try to get gauge, whatever. I apply attack buff and mark because this is also a damage window. It's like really short, but people have saved up their skills for this, like because they're doing the mech, right? So they'll have all their skills. It's a few seconds of damage. I try to do whatever bubbles I have. In this case, I spent the 2 bubbles after building a bit more, that 1 and like 2/3. This is a pug too, so if this were an insider group, I would have just stayed in the middle and just built gauge. Attack buff. One thing I made a mistake here is I did not provide Gunlancer with yearning. You need to be careful about that. The boss is really big, so sometimes the party mates are not there to get in the range of yearning. I provide identity buff, attack buff, mark, not yearning to the Gunlancer, rip. Yeah, you have to get out of that. And there he gets yearning. And now doing damage, building gauge. That's the counter mech. So I spacebar into it because like it's push all the way here. And so unless you're using push immune skill in front of him, you're gonna get knocked over. So what you want to do on Bard, if you're a paladin, you don't have to stay in his proximity. You can do it from here with using Holy Sword. But what I do is I spacebar. The moment I notice it's gonna be the counter, I spacebar in and do the counter. You can do that with prelude as well. I had buckshot, so I just use that. And the boss is really big, so like it's like exactly the puddle size. Kind of rough in that sense. Getting the puddle buff in reliably. Oh, for that part, it's a cone safe behind him. So like he spawned here, so this part is like all safe. Like even if you're standing here, it's okay. And I'm a bard with crisis evasion too, so even if I get hit, I don't die. I'm like doing aggressive positioning here. Spacebar into just for extra precaution. This area is safe. And so I'm already there to apply branding and attack buff and all. Some things you can do. Now this pattern here, what I like to do here is I goblin. So the puddles spawn on the people who are away from him or at a distance from him. So if you're hugging him, you actually don't get the puddle unless everyone is hugging him. Then someone will get it over here, right? So you always have to watch your debuff bar. What I tend to do on Bard on supports is I just tank this. And if you time it right, you can just spacebar the tornadoes as they gather in to the boss. Like if you spacebar around this time, you actually don't get knocked. Or you just use a push immune skill. You have plenty of them on Bard. And I'm just gathering gauge and providing attack buff and mark. Because there will be other people who didn't get the puddle, and they'll be doing damage right there. I want to be there for them. Here, it's the worm spawning from his body, so you have to tank it with push immunity. Spacebar. I chose to use rhythm buckshot there. This one, once you get hit by it, you're gonna get constantly electrocuted. You want to spacebar out of it so you can provide buffs and all. That's the fast turn. That's not a counter. I'm playing safe because it's a pug. I drop a heal right there. And it's one of the mechs. Move out. If you have a Rhapsody here, you don't really need to move. You can just tank it with Rhapsody. The important part is to get to a safe spot before the waves come and kill you, of course. And if you have time stop, you can survive that even if you get hit by the waves. So time stop is nice for that too. It's counter. Gunlancer will take care of that. Good. Drop another Awakening. We have like 3 lines until phase, so I drop a 2 bubble there. You have to be really flexible with your bubble usage. Drop down. I could have used Guardian Tune there to not get knocked. I guess I'm playing sloppy on this run. Then Guardian Tune is great because like there's gonna be electricity puzzles all over the map. They spawn sporadically. And they change location. If you know the locations, like if you have a lot of experience in this game, you'll know like approximately which locations they tend to spawn. So you'll be like not standing there generally. But while you're learning the skate, right, everyone's gonna get hit by those electricity puddles, and just Guardian Tune is a lifesaver. If you keep spamming it, because half the time people will have CC block, and they will not get electrocuted. Got electrocuted there. I thought it was the 18 line phase, but instead he did the get rid of puddle mech. And Guardian Tune's great here too because he keeps dropping electricity all over. And if you if you use Guardian Tune at the right moments, then even if people get hit by the electricity, they won't get stunned. They'll be blocked. So just use it kind of whenever it's up. Oh, I get hit by that. Sloppy. Now we have Gunlancer Awakening, so I don't have to care about electricity. But if you're playing carefully, of course, you're always checking underneath you. Now, the problem is, like, this map is really dark. It's hard to see these electricity puddles spawning underneath you. If you know the timing of when they tend to drop, then you'll be ready to avoid them. But that comes with experience and all. Here, there's things that can push you, especially this yellow telegraph, so be careful not to get pushed out of the platform. You can die to gravity. Now just like, so we killed both dragons. You'll know how to deal with this mech from other guys, of course. But I've gathered a 3 bubble for this damage window right here. So that's what was on my mind through this. How do I gather 3 bubbles? For after this mech, right? And so I have 1 awakening and I have just a bit more gauge to fill up. So that I have a 3 bubble when I exit this, so that my party mates can profit off that. You have to have those things in mind, right? When you're playing Bard especially, you need to know the raid structure really well. They can provide these identity buffs at the good moments when your party mates can profit off it the most. Sadly though, we didn't get too much damage in. I shield my party mates. This is like the right way to do it. Like if you have Rhapsody, you'll be using it to minimize the risk. People do tend to get hit and blown off the map in this part. So like when the map is smaller, that is an accident that happens often. So just to minimize the risk, you want to use Winner Music and Guardian Tune, and then like even Rhapsody. I mean Rhapsody and even Guardian Tune. And then we're close to finishing. I should use that 1 bubble, no? I end up not using it. But yeah, that's an instance where 1 bubble is good because it's gonna finish soon anyways, and you don't have the time to build a 2nd bubble. So why not just use it so your DPS can profit off that 1 bubble the remainder of that time? So you need to be flexible with your bubble usage on Bard. Things like that. And not just at the end of a raid, that can happen like in between. Like if you know, for instance, that you have 1 bubble and your party mates are full HP, but you're going into the 8 counter mech, then why not just use that 1 bubble for identity buff? So your DPS can profit off more of the damage windows that they have. And then you know that you'll probably be able to build back most of it, especially if you're number 8 and all. One thing that I forgot to mention is that you can also build gauge off of these things as they drop towards the bottom. Of course, like the problem is they keep appearing and vanishing, so it's not always there. You gotta time it correctly and get gauge off those as well. So you don't have to be technically standing over here. You can also do it down here. Anyways, let's look at the MVP screen. I got a 17%. Even with all those heals I dropped. So I got a 17%. So for Paladin, same thing. Time stop recommended when you're learning. Shiny, splendid, sacred charm. And then take cleanse tripod on holy protection, of course. Let's go in. Okay, what I tend to do on Paladin is I use attack buff and mark, proc yearning and all, and then I move into him and I use holy aura proc to tank the push that happens at the beginning so that I'm situated at the center and everyone can benefit off the holy aura and the yearning. The problem with this though is that if he does start with a Zeus, then that holy aura goes to waste. Luckily though, he did not do it. That's a good buff provision. Now backstab explosion. So I move with him, go to his back. I use awakening, brand, attack buff. And I check that it's not the Zeus pattern, and then I used holy aura. Attack buff in, mark in, sprinkler, so I move with it so as to not get the debuff. Good. Got him staggered. I think. Do we have a princess maker? That was really fast. Attack buff brand, and then you're watching this the Zeus. Move out. Oh, everyone got grabbed there. Satch. Attack buff. Move out of the electricity. Did I cleanse? Yeah, I think he was electrocuted, and I saw that and probably used holy protection. Cleanse, maybe? Oh, no, never mind, never mind. It was probably just the electricity ran out. Never mind. I thought it was that good. Oh, I ate a power ball. No. Another Zeus. We move out. Notice how hectic this encounter can be. We're at 137, so I just used the holy aura. Because we're phasing anyways. And so whatever lines we can get off, that I know I can build during the runway and during the 8 counters. I can build gauge. Even so this time I'm party 1 number 4. Oh, I don't build gauge here. Okay, I'm gonna just play it safe. 1, 2, 3. So if I were like awake and all, I'd be like building a bit of gauge, whatever gauge I can here or here. I'm just focusing on the mechs in this case. Attack buff. Yearning applied and brand applied, just in case there's goblins. We're trying to do damage there. Here I try to get whatever gauge I can. And here, I know this party is full of goblins, so I'm gonna try and do brand, attack buff. Oh no, they don't do damage. We're all just focusing on mechs, I guess. I should have used attack buff earlier. Of course. Should have trusted my teammates. They are going to counter. Spacebar. The dragon. And see how I used one of my buffs so I can get gauge off that. And I use Holy Protection because Saint got caught there. So, what I tend to do on my supports is I always make sure that I have all allies in sight. And even if you're a DPS, you should be doing that. And whenever you see someone getting caught, you cleanse them. Paladin, you have two cleanses, one in Holy Protection, one in Sacred Charm, Shiny Sacred Charm. I think we just failed that. So we have to do all the other ones. Counter. I think I spacebarred downwards thinking that it was gonna be the grab. Then again, I think he never did the grab from this part. Let's think of it. Counter, and I try to get whatever gauge I can, of course. And on Paladin, like, it's not as hard as on Bard to get full gauge. Even like this, I can get full gauge by the time I get to the middle map. Here too, I can fit in some skills if I need to, but I'm at full gauge. I'm careful. Use Sacred Charm, thinking that somebody got caught. I don't think somebody got caught, but maybe I was just being like extra cautious. I enter and use attack buff, brand, identity buff. I renew it using Awakening. One of the things you can do on Paladin, right? The triple identity buff combo. You use one identity buff. You use Awakening to refill the gauge, and then you use Stimulant right after, so that you can do like a prolonged 45-second buff kind of thing. Like pretty much, I had like full coverage of that entire encounter in the middle map with that triple identity buff combo. Yeah, fishing for counters. Yep, I got one. Do I get a second one? It's also nice because you can proc Yearning by hitting those dragons. So even if you don't aim for the counter, I do think it's a good idea to hit them with something, so you can get the Yearning procced, so that it makes it easier for people running down the runway. And I should have tried to stack up Luminary. I was careless. But my priority here is renewing Yearning, attack buff, branding, applied. Go to his back so you don't get hit by that weakness fog. And we face because it's already 70. So I'm trying to build whatever gauge I can here in case I can get full meter for after the stagger check ends. Sadly, I don't. But even if I did have it, it's kind of awkward to use it here on Paladin. Because it's really short damage window. Identity buff used, dodging the yellow telegraphs, of course. Attack buff and brand renewed. I do have an awakening. Let's see how I use it. Counter. Oh no, never mind. I I thought that was the counter. And I think the myself in the game also thought that was the counter. Now that was the counter. It's really subtle, the difference. Sadly, he moved out. No, half my identity buff is gone because of that. Move in. Attack buff and brand and all are all applied. I failed to spacebar at the right timing. But if I did it correctly, right? You can around this time you can spacebar and not get knocked. You do the prolonged spacebar, right? You don't move click while doing the spacebar, and then you can prolong the push immunity. Again, you don't get knocked during those things. And we're at 17 lines, so we're phasing. Sadly, I don't have an identity buff up at this point. The problem with this party is that like everyone's too strong, too good. Fighting, shielding, moving around, and always on support when you're doing this. You have eyes on yourself and your party mates. In case you see someone who gets CC'd, be ready to cleanse them. Always watch out for the electricity drops. Moving out. And this part's rough on Paladin because you don't have push immunity apart from your spacebar. I'm saving this identity for after the mech ends because we have a damage window there. I kill the dragon. Kill it? Yeah. And now I'm waiting. Using identity buff. Attack buff renewed. Brand applied. Dark Bomb is already in. We have this damage window which we profit off of. He goes away. He always goes away. It's a short but definite damage window there. I use Awakening into the center. Attack buff. And I use identity buff. And whatever, like, we have 1 bar left, but still, why not? And there, I get 18% radiant and 21% counter, thanks to those runway counters, right? That also counts. That's one of the tricks, how to steal MVP from your DPSs. Get those counters done in the runway. Okay, artist on gate 2. I pretty much used the same build that I recommended in my support build guide. You should be taking pot, time stop instead of stimulant. Stimulant when you're learning the raid. Shiny Sacred Charm and Dark Bomb. I use Spring Carpet, Attack Buff, Identity Buff, and then I followed it up with Starry Night, which is nice in this case. Starry Night. Because it protects you, protects your party mates, and you don't get pushed. The 6-way explosion. Followed up with Attack Buff, Inkwell. I spacebarred that, I think. So the explosion, the backwards explosion. I spacebarred it. I follow him to his back. Use Awakening because I have less than 1 bubble left. Identity buff, attack buff, mark in, hopper to provide. This is one of the fortes of artist in this gate. Just the abundance of shielding that you can provide reduces the risk. I think my carpet got canceled there. Rip. Just have to be really careful because there's a lot of process all over. Carpet attack buff. 1 heal ball. Ah, I got grabbed. Carpet. Sun sketch applied. Was someone CC'd there? Yeah. Maybe this guy was CC. I wasn't sure, but I just used portal there. So what you want to do on artist is, because there's just going to be so many instances where that cleanse will be useful. You can use 1 Door of Illusion as a gauge building and shielding and all, but always save 1. Always try to save 1 so that you can provide cleansing at the right moments. You have it. Make sure you have it available. You have 1 available. Then we faced 135. My party two. Oh, I'm party one, but see, I'm building gauge, and then I'm going down. Number two, number three, number four. I just put in a few skills. On artists, it's really easy to get bubbles anyways, so you don't have to like overdo yourself. And then sun sketch, carpet. You see that one guy trying to do damage there? It's for that one guy. I just tank it in the center with sadly he didn't have yearning. He only got it once he got down there. I tanked it using Staring Knight. He dropped to the center. I'm also building gauge off that. A bit of gauge. You mean time stop? Did I not say time stop earlier? What did I say? It's 7 in the morning, so I might have said something wrong. Said stimulant. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, definitely try to bring time stop when you're learning the game, not stimulant. Never mind what I said earlier, whatever I said. Oh no, I got. Oh, so this is the problem. Hopper. Hopper is always the culprit. But that was my bad. Should have just space barred over it, right? Thankfully, someone cleansed. Really bad. I was like kind of being greedy, too confident there. Just walk it out and then space bar. I thought I could jump over it. Was not fast enough. Thankfully, someone was watching and they freed me. Hopper's great here because you can ignore monster collision. And yeah, all this territory is gauge building area. All this entire runway, all these trash mobs, you can build gauge off them. Also try to provide shielding to your party mates as much as possible. Because these things all hurt too. I noticed that it was going to be the grab instead of the counter. So I spacebarred out of it, and then I'm doing stagger, and then I'm building gauge too, of course. I'm close to 3 bubbles. I can build full here. And I try to like aggro them here. And I use Starry Night so that don't get blown away. Perfect. I get 3 bubbles. Left side counter. Renew Yearning too. Watch out. Oh, oh my god, I'm playing so sloppy in this run. It's bad. Sun Sketch and Carpet. Identity buff. Attack buff renewed. Dodge everything. Don't get hit. You can also fall down the platform here, so be careful. And I have an identity buff going in, but I need to renew it, right? So I use. Oh wow, I'm playing so sloppy in this run. Attack buff. Another identity buff. And then I don't use stimulant, I think, here. 'Cause I can probably build extra bubble. Yeah, perfect. Attack buff renewed. So I did like how many identity buffs there? The great forte of artists. You start with 1. You build an extra bubble there. You do 2. Get in 3. 3. I got in 4 after this. So I got 40 seconds of identity buff during that 40-second fight. 40-50-second fight. So like very high uptime on that identity buff. I did not manage to hit one of the dragons spawning on the left and right, so I didn't get yearning there. Satch. I should have tried to work on luminary stacks too. My bad. Attack buff, identity buff, renewed. And he's phasing. I'm removing all the balls that are the same color as his body. I could have used Awakening earlier and just gone the gauge for this pattern. That's kind of my bad. It is my bad. I should have had a 2 bubble in there. Identity buff. Again, I'm playing very sloppy this run. Wrong puddle positioning, because the thing is when he does the vomit, when he like does the like punches the air like that, moves around, and then he does a like a 180 vomit. He moves slightly backwards, so the puddle position should be a bit behind him, a lot behind him, actually. I see a lot of party mates dropping down in HP, so I place a heal ball. And I this like the safe way to do it, of course, do it using Rhapsody, Starry Night, God's Decree over here, just in case there's an accident, just in case somebody gets hit by standing in the wrong spot. And here, I use the push immunity from Upper Stroke to not get knocked by the tornadoes. There will be DPSs who are doing damage throughout this because they didn't get the debuff puddle. And so you gotta provide buffs and all throughout this and use push immunity, not get knocked by the tornadoes. Sunwell. And like it's really annoying if you have one of those puddle attack buffs, because he does like he slightly moves backwards during those things. It's really annoying. Exactly where to position it. He kind of moves backwards twice there because he was like over here at the beginning. He's like down here at the end. Not a counter. Puddle, and he's phasing. I think I didn't see that guy got electrocuted. I place a heal ball. So now I have Awakening. I'll try to get bubbles here as much as possible, though. I do use Awakening. So, like, this is the safe way to do it. Because there's a lot of accidents that happen during the second stage and then the third stage as well. It's just best to use Awakening, make it safer. It's very easy to forget that there could be electricity puddles spawning underneath you. It's hard. It's like easy to miss. Just to minimize risk. It's better this way. Especially if you're pugging like this. Got electrocuted. Someone cleansed. Nice. Making so many mistakes. Puddle buff. Identity buff. Sun sketch followed up. In whatever gauge I can. Even if he hits 1 HP, he still does this. And he does recover HP during this. He has to do damage again. Sun sketch into carpet. Oh, carpet not applied. He dead. You that pretty bad performance though. I do get 17% radiant. Of course, probably my DPS were really good. Gate 3 on Bard. Take Pots, Time Stop, Sacred Charm, and Dark Bomb. And I do have Rhapsody. And I have pre-charged Luminary stacks going into this. Now let's see. When it's a fresh new run, you can't proc Yearning on the sword before the initial explosion happens. But when it's a rerun, when you read, you can definitely do you have the time to cast one long range skill on your supports, proc Yearning and come back so that the DPSs have Yearning, so they have faster movement speed, uh, making it easier for them to dodge and like move around the platform. But this is a fresh run, so I didn't get to do that. But you want to ramp up Luminary stacks as you go in. So like if you didn't proc Yearning at the beginning, you can definitely go do that while you're moving to the side where you're supposed to go. So I did that with Sound Shock in this case. I dropped an extra Sonatine there just to get Luminary stacks in, and you can definitely use Guardian Tune and Heavenly Tune while you're waiting for the explosions to happen here, and then you can go in. What I tend to do is I use Identity Buff for this stagger check because the more HP you can drop down here means it's easier while you're dealing with the sword phase later on. You have people like the Sork over here who are using Ignite, so if you provide them with attack buff from Heavenly Tune especially, because it's rough for the DPSs to stand around the sword, so it's difficult for certain DPS to benefit from sonic vibration, in which case you probably want to prioritize providing Heavenly Tune during the stagger check. And this explosion can definitely tank it with push immunity, so sonic vibration, or Rhapsody, or Guardian Tune all work here. Or you can just move out, of course. But I tend to try to get whatever gauge I can before we move to the next phase. To fit in whatever gauge skills I can there. And so we managed in this party, we managed to drop it down to 34. I think, yes, when you're progging and you're learning this phase and you don't have Transcendence and all, it's better if you're able to drop this sword down to, say, 35 before you phase, so that you make it easier when the sword is active later on. Now, you maintain Luminary stacks here, so you cast whatever skill. In this case, I use Guardian Tune. And then Heavenly Tune, mark in, and then I'm casting whatever skills I can. He's doing a back grab. So I move out of it. Sonic Vibration. Spacebar out of the left hit. Now, it, when your party is not too strong, it's best if you can use one Awakening around the beginning part so that it will come back off for the 255 line pattern. Because if your DPS is not too fast, you will generally have the Awakening back by then. Now, the problem is, if you're in an over DPS party, uh, your party will be able to push to that phase within a minute and a half, in which case your Awakening will not be back up. And so if your DPS gets to that point and you want to provide Awakening at the 255 line mech, it's probably better if you don't cast an Awakening here, so that you have it back up for that moment. In my case, I think I would use an Awakening here, because the thing is, our party DPS is really fast in here. Oh, I don't use it, but these days I don't really care. Because if you're experienced, right, you are able to avoid the cones and all at the 255 land mech, even without awakening, even without that insurance. And if you die there, it's your fault, really. But you don't want to take that risk when you're progging, when you're like learning, and when you're yeah, and all. So definitely, if you're, well, you don't need to care about this aspect in the initial days, in the initial weeks of Daymine, but yeah, just use an awakening around the 290 line mark, like after using a few skills, after the sword encounter is done, after you start doing damage on Daymine, so that you have it back up for the 255 line mech. So in this case, we're able to push it at this point. I'm trying to get whatever gauge I can on Daymine. One thing to note is that when he hits around 276, he's gonna face to the center, right? In this case, he did not move right away because he gave us the blue sword poop. And always front and left are safe. He always does a 180 or 270 counterclockwise. So left and front are safe. So generally try to err towards that. He does that blue poop pattern. And even this is a good damage window. So I provide attack buff, mark, and then I spacebar through and try to give whatever attack buffs I can. Try to get whatever gauge I can. It's AABB. And if it's AABB, after the third one, you can move inwards and you won't get hit. Immediately, I'm trying to provide whatever attack buffs I can provide, but we already pushed it to 255. And so here, he's DR'd, and he's going to move soon to the center. I mean, he's going to spawn a sword in the center too. But this is a great gauge building window. I'm trying to get whatever gauge I can so I can provide 3 bubbles. Where so that we can do damage during this part. Of course, when you're progging, it's going to be very difficult to do damage here. But this is an experienced party, so they're going to do a lot of damage here. Heavenly Tune, Identity Buff, Mark in. And he does a slight pull at some point, so you need to be wary of that. You want to make sure that your skills don't get interrupted. That slight pull, it's a process. And then provide awakening, just a way to mitigate the risk during this mech. And the thing in general that you have to think about here is that awakening does not guarantee that you will survive this. If you get hit too much by these cones, even supports will die. I've seen way too many supports die. I've died myself. So, as a support, you want to watch out for your DPSs. Like, providing attack buff and brand are all important, but you want to make sure that your DPS don't die. So if you see a Rhapsody angle, definitely aim to apply that Rhapsody. Oh, I didn't sidestep that. So attack buff is in, branding is in. And then, like, this part is really chaotic because you get blue sword poop, the sword does patterns, the Thaemine does patterns, there's this ball that goes around the map. And then, like, Thaemine also does targeting. And so there's going to be that one guy that gets the target, and it's either a laser or a tracking red sword. There's so much going on, and when you're progging, this is going to be the hardest part. So many accidents will happen, and it's going to be very difficult to do any damage. When he's doing that sword slash, you want to make sure to watch out for your party mates. If anyone gets caught by that, you want to be there to provide Rhapsody, and it's a super safe angle like that. We did the counter there. After like 3-4 patterns, always be ready to do that counter. We weren't able to do a second one. Well, we already have it almost dead. So in this case, it doesn't really matter. Of course, if you fail the counter, and it's really easy to fail the counter, right? Just move out. If he does the 4 dashes, if you're the aggro, just make sure to dodge everything. As these things also provide grudge stacks. You take 20% more damage, and like it's very easy to stack them up here. I even stacked them up to 7 at one point during this part. Back safe, oh, and of course, always be wary of red patterns. When he does the black ball pattern, it's the support's job to time stop that primarily, and also if DPSs have time stop, they can chime in, of course. Well, one thing you can do on a support is you don't have to use time stop if you have awakening here. So one thing that I do when I'm on support, right? I'll just tank it with awakening. The problem with that is that if you don't have some shielding, some DR, you might die by taking all the hits. If you have Christ Evasion, though, you can worry about it less. Of course, the easy way to do it is time stopping. Because you know how Awakening has status immunity, so you can actually use Awakening and tank everything there, but you will take the damage. But it allows you to save one time stop. Diagon Alley, so move diagonally, all keeping attack buff and branding and all. And of course, you want to keep maintaining Guardian Tune uptime. You want to have it 100% up. He's gonna the third strike is a teleport push, and so I just use Rhapsody, and it's best if you can also provide Rhapsody on your teammates for that, just in case someone gets hit by that. It might be me. Yeah, it's on me, so I move out. You can just walk it out, even on a slow class. You have enough time to walk. You don't need to panic during that. Now here is also sort of a damage window. You have like a 5-second damage window there. Of course, if you're progging this, you want to focus on getting to the safe spot. But in this case, I know there will be people who do some damage there, so I provide attack buff and yearning and try to get whatever gauge I can. You don't have to hurry too much in this. You can wait until all the openings have closed down and there's only 5 left on the map. And then you stand at the center and you discern which are the safe parts, and then you can move to it. Of course, there are certain cases where it's utter BS and like all openings there are cases where there's no openings on the bottom side, and then like it's just unfortunate you have to re. So up to this point you'll probably have used one awakening at the beginning. Upon encountering Thaemine, you'll have used one at the 255 line mark, and you're going to use one during the horse phase. Rotating pizza. And there will always be DPSs that try to breathe through those things. So always have attack buffs up even during that. I was not able to move towards his front or left, so I decided to stay on the right, which means that I might have to use push immunity. So I use Rhapsody in this case. And then we face the 210 line horse pattern. And supports generally don't clash. Your job is to provide all the buffs. So what I tend to do here is like ramp up luminary stacks, get whatever gauge you can while he's moving. Make sure at this point to not be at his front, be at his back. You can get like like 2 skills in just to build gauge and all. And here you can actually do damage on him here too. You don't have to wait for him to come back. And so you should be already providing attack buff and branding. And I'm trying to get that 3 bubble ready, and I spend it right here. You have a few seconds of damage window here. Of course, it's a shield, so it doesn't count towards your radiant and all. It doesn't count towards damage MVP. But it's important to provide the identity buffs so that you can do enough damage to clear this phase fast. And I use Awakening. Generally, supports use Awakening here after the first clash happens. The reason is, you have you generally use Inanna here, but uh, this thing does a lot of damage. Even through Inanna, I've died. Even on support, I've died while sitting in that Inanna. So, say you don't have Awakening, you really want to focus while you're providing attack buff and identity buff and branding and all. You also want to focus on providing protection to your DPSs. So make sure they're always shielded and DR'd during this, especially after the Awakening wears off. In this case, we managed to push it really fast, but say we had to do more damage, the Awakening would have worn off. In which case, it's your job to provide shielding so that even if they tank these red patterns and Hecarim's blows inside of this Inanna, they will not have to suffer damage. Of course, after the Inanna elapses, you get a bit of healing, so you don't have to like spend heals unless they really drop down HP by a lot. But generally, what you would do is you'd gather up like at least 2 bubbles during this phase, and then for the second clash, you'd have at least 2 bubbles ready, or you can do 3 and then gather like 3 for this part, and then spend whatever else you have left for the second clash. Anyways, your job is to provide enough identity buffs, the most identity buffs that you can during this horse phase, so that your group can do this damage check with lower risk. Now, we're gonna soon get the third clash, and so your job is to prepare for that. You need to get gauge back up, provide as close as possible to a 3 bubble. I mean, 2 bubbles also fine, I guess, but preferably a 3, right? Because it's hard to get good damage windows like that. The clashes are always a great damage window. So you want to provide preferably a 3, so you need to be thinking in your head, am I going to have 3 bubbles back up for the third clash? I think it's a timed mech that happens roughly like 40-50 seconds after this phase begins. So in this case, I have a 3 bubble, but I'm holding on to it so that I can use it during the clash. We have full gauge, so he's going to port to the center. And he's going to do the one-shot patterns twice. And, I mean, this is gauge building territory if I did not have 3 bubbles. Back safe, so this is a great damage pattern too. So when you're providing attack buffs in case there are DPSs who are trying to do damage. Even here, right? Even during the noodle pattern, if you have ranged DPSs in the party, you should be providing Sonic Vibration, Heavenly Tune, and then Branding so that they can fit in whatever damage skills they can. If they're melee classes, they will have a harder time because it's like kind of risk. You can do damage, but if you move slightly to the wrong side, then you might die. So like a lot of people don't take risks for that. You don't clash because you're a support, so you should be providing attack buff, brand, and ready for that identity buff right there. And you should definitely have a dark bomb in there. Huge damage window. And after you spent your identity buff, it's definitely time to build that meter. So you spent one here. And then you have a choice. You can either you can or you don't need to spend an identity buff for the fail clash. Oh, and whenever he drops the sword, and say you have the sword poop and you like go poop outside, make sure to watch where he's hitting. Because say I was impatient and I got hit by the second slash, like if I were closer to the edge, I could get blown out. And then whenever he does the sword poop too, what I like to do is you don't have to run out immediately when you get the sword poop. You can provide attack buffs and branding, and then go to your position and drop down the sword poop. X slash. Let's see what I do, because I could be using a 2 bubble just here. This is a great Rhapsody pattern. All your DPSs should be gathering somewhere near the boss, and you'll be providing Rhapsody. If you don't have Rhapsody, of course, Guardian Tune plus Winter Music works. You should be providing shielding your DPSs. In this case, I just awakened, but Rhapsody should have been priority, but I also know that this group is very experienced, so I don't really care. Attack buff, branding. Well, whenever you see that Velganos pattern, I think Albert called it. Velga pattern. You should be providing shielding. That should be your priority. And then I have 3 bubble. That awakening was a bad call there. I should have spent the 2 bubble and then used awakening. And then this is also gauge building territory. I'm just waiting for that. In this case, I'm waiting for the 3 bubble to use it at the fail clash. I'm just waiting. Front, back. And then here's the fail clash. Especially because I know that I have people like Sork in the group. Identity buff in, attack buff. You can do a bit of damage here, and even after. Even if he lingers there, like in this case, he moved right away to the center to do one of the one shots, but sometimes he lingers there, and even there, it's a damage window. A lot of groups just tend to go straight to the center to lure him over there, but you don't really need to if you're like experienced and you know exactly what can happen. Because the problem is, when he's at one of the edges, he can do dangerous patterns like the windmill. But as long as you're aware that that can happen, then you're ready for it. So you're ready to use push immunity and all. So you don't need to waste damage windows by like moving towards the center. Like, and there are patterns where you can lure him to the center. Like for instance, the blue poop, the blue sword poop is a good example. And there's other stuff like Draven, he's gonna move out anyways, and you're gonna lure him towards the center anyways. Like, you don't really have to move out. Note that once the platform is destroyed, he's back to normal patterns instead of strengthened. And watch out for getting knocked out of the platform always. And here I'm trying to build gauge so that I can get something for the clash. We're gonna use Nineveh because we're already very low in terms of HP. Like the speed at which we're pushing in this party is definitely not what you guys are gonna see anytime soon. Draven pattern. So around the end of the Draven, you should be looking outside, and you should be ready to use push immunity, spacebar, and then in case of Bard, you also have Rhapsody and all. He's going to appear and target someone, and he's going to do a slash, and he's going to spread sideways, right? So you don't want to be in his front. You want to go towards his back after seeing that he's not. It's also very important that you look outwards because he spawns behind you, and it depends on where you're looking. So you want to look, everyone needs to look outside by the end so that he doesn't aim this towards the center. Like say there's somebody over here and like say I was the target and I looked towards the center, he's going to spawn back behind me and he's going to do the slashes over here, and that's going to be disastrous for people over here because they don't know what's happening. They don't know where he's positioning himself towards. So now we have the clash, and I've managed to prepare a 3 bubble for this. That was on my mind throughout this whole time. It's what you should be on your mind. And I use identity buff, attack buff, brand, and we have dark bomb in. So we have a very good damage window here. I use awakening, provide a heal, because there will be DPS that have used Atrophin too. X slash. So I provide branding and heavily tune without getting hit. And then back safe. Now it's already at 55. This is not what you're gonna experience at all. Like he might be around 80 lines when you enter this uh, pattern, but you have to see a lot of patterns before you hit that 55. So I'm waiting until I see a safe zone. And one tip I can provide for this part is your controls are reversed, right? So it can be kind of tricky when you're learning this and you're experiencing for the first time. One tip I can provide is uh, press on move click like I am right now, and then orient yourself towards that safe part, and then you can cut the move click by pressing basic attack. And if you do that, you'll no longer move even though you had move click pressed. And so when you're sure that you're in a safe zone, just press a basic attack, do a basic attack once so that I can stop your movement. Because if you do if you don't keep pressing on it, right, it's hard to navigate when your controls are reversed. You're not exactly sure where you have to click if you only click it once, right? It's hard to aim properly towards the safe zone. That's what I tend to do. And then one thing to note here is that if you don't have, I think it's Pants Transcendence. I think it's level 2. If you have that, this part is really easy. Level 2 means you have 10 nodes on the Transcendence Pants. If you don't have that, then you'll have to fight your clone with brute force. Like in this case, I have Transcendence, so I can activate that true damage on the clone and one-shot it. But if you don't have that, right, and that will be the case for the early weeks of Daymine, you will have to fight your clone. The easy way out is to have your awakening available, and just the awakening will one-shot your clone. But say you don't have your awakening, the thing is you don't need your awakening to do this fight properly. You can just position your mouse at the other side because you know how your controls are reversed during this, right? And you just hit whatever skills you have and start with push immunity skills, especially like sonic vibration, so that they don't CC you first. And then you try to just push them out of the edge, and they will take continuous damage if they're pushed out. That's how you can fight them without awakening on supports. And your skills do a lot of damage. Although you might think that you're a support and you're not going to do damage, that's not true here. You can definitely fight them off with your skills. Now he's DR'd, so you're not going to use identity buff here. What you might want to do is you'll be thinking about the 42 line ish final clash. You want to provide a 3 bubble there, so you're trying to prepare for that. So you should be saving your identity buff here. And he's DR'd, but he still takes half damage. So your DPS should be doing damage even during this, even if they're not blowing important skills and like gauge and all. They should be still doing some damage. Any damage here helps because you have to hit that 42 line to do the final clash. And here you're definitely building gauge. Building gauge, building gauge. Trying to get 3 bubbles. And managed to exit with a 3 bubble. And I'm holding because after this blue poop, we are going to get the final clash, providing attack buffs and all. And I held on that Heavenly Tune so I can use it here. And one thing important here is that everyone should be gathered up in 9. That's the strat. And then you look outwards so that Thaemine appears here and he'll be facing here so that everyone knows where the clash spot will be. This to avoid confusion. So you're all gathering up in 9 and you're facing outwards. And so the Thaemine will always appear. He'll be facing this way and the clash will be appearing at his back. Someone went to do the clash. I provide identity buff, attack buff, branding. We have a Dark Bomb in. And now we're pushing, pushing, pushing. We also have Way available, so this is a definite clear. And that Way might not come back up for the Ghost phase, actually. Probably not. And for that pattern, when he does the center strike and the donuts appear there, make sure to use your push immunity skills. And then here too, when he drops, that is also a push. Want to use push, space bar maybe even. And then you want to make sure to not be sitting at his front. Now we have the ghost appearing, but we don't have way, so we just have to dodge it. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Dodge, but he does a red pattern too. So this can be very chaotic, this part. You just have to memorize all of his one-shots very well. And while you're doing that, you're avoiding the ghosts. Time Stop is your friend, and Crisis Evasion is your friend. Attack buff in, Brandon. And then, of course, at the end, you want to be tossing whatever dark bombs that you have left. This part will be the trickiest part out of this gate. It's very chaotic because you have the fog coming from the center and it's like growing wider. And he does all sorts of menacing patterns and you get darkness stacks from the fog so you can't see stuff. Everyone has to just maintain composure and it's the support job to excel here, provide a lot of damage mitigation, provide constant attack buffs and branding, protect your party mates, and all. And at the end, yeah, whatever awakenings you can use is best because you want to have your party mate shield as much as possible. And that's how you get Radiant on board. So on Paladin, I take Execution of Justice and I ramp up Luminary stacks as much as possible. And Pot, Time Stop, Sacred Charm, Dark Bomb. Let's dive in. I think this is, yeah, Pug Room. On Paladin, you can use Identity Buff during the stagger check, but also you don't need to. And when you're over here, definitely make sure that you have Yearning and Attack Buff provided when people go in. Preferably, you have Luminary stacks stacked up to 5. I mean, at 4, and then use one of the attack buffs so that you have maximum. You benefit from the Luminary stacks on your attack buff. In this case, I think I used it at 4 stacks. You can definitely prep it beforehand. Then here, renewing Luminary with Holy Protection. And in this case, I didn't use Identity Buff. I decided to use it here. And this is a good example. So when he does that helicopter, make sure that as you're moving out, that you're watching whether any party mates are getting caught in it. In this case, I capitalized on God's Decree's long range. There was one party mate that was stuck in there, couldn't get out in time. See that guy has that shield from God's Decree. and then you move in. One of the troubles of Paladin is definitely not having push immunity, and that's why you have Execution of Justice. There I was careless, so I didn't watch whether it was going uh, clockwise or counterclockwise. I should have used Execution of Justice, but that was my bad. Attack buff renewed, branding renewed. I use Awakening here. I guess I assumed it's a experienced pug, so because this group is probably going to push it very fast. We're already at 272, and so my Awakening will not be back up for the 255 line mech. It's definitely better that you have the Awakening back up for that part. And so it's better not to use that Awakening at the beginning if you know that your group is pushing really fast. In this case, I just use it. And I'll just expect my DPSs to not get hit by the cones at 255. I just provide God's Decree here just in case there's people who get hit by these things. Just extra caution. Attack buff and branding renewed. Identity buff back in. He's going to reappear. I'm at his side and his front. Just make sure that I won't get hit by the 180, 270 turn. I should have turned off my identity buff and then tried to stack up here. So again, this is a very good gauge building pattern. And the problem is, like, it's hard to calculate when your party's pushing really fast. You have to keep changing the way you do gauge management, awakening usage, depending on how fast your party pushes. If this party were not pushing as fast, I would have had enough time to build up another identity buff for this part. But I don't. I use attack buff, branding, and I'm just providing extra protection just in case people get hit by the cones. Holy protection, God's decree. And make sure to dodge things. One person does get hit. I always think about after like 4 patterns ish, the sword will be doing a counter. Trying to get gauge there. And my awakening's coming back up, so I'll be able to use an identity buff and then awakening and then back into identity buff. Probably, unless I intend to save it. I dodged the laser. I use Holy Sword from this part because I'm not entirely sure where it's who it's looking at. Because it's so fast, you kind of have to just like hope that the sword was looking at you and use Holy Sword, and then everyone should have their counter prepared. This, and it's better if everyone stacks up together so that you increase the chances of the sword looking at somebody in that group, so that at least one person can deal with the counter. Providing attack buff, identity buff, dodging the fog, and I have the target on me, but it's gonna get cancelled because we did kill the sword. Even this is a damage window for certain classes, so attack buff branch should be applied. I use awakening here. We have 25 bars until 20-ish bars until the 225 line mech. Protection provided for the Velganos pattern. I use an identity buff here, and I will try to build back an identity buff for especially the 210 line horse pattern. I tried to provide protection to this guy because I saw him getting hit by those swords. Always gonna watch out for your party mates and capitalize on the long range damage mitigation that you can provide with Holy Protection and God's Decree. Dodged the initial hit and attack buff. Getting to a safe position. 225, so he's gonna face to the center, ready to spacebar it. Attack buff renewed. Building a bit of gauge. Going to a safe spot. You don't hurry. Don't hurry. At the end you need to hurry, but initially don't like you can just earn the center because you're not sure which openings are going to get closed, which openings are going to be left with. So it's better to maintain center position and have a wide range of options. And at the very end, you can start moving towards it. Attack buff, branding, because yeah, the noodles patterns, like a lot of these patterns are damage windows. This one too, back save. That's the best pattern. And then we hit 210, so now I'm going to use my identity buff once we are doing damage on the horse Thaemine. Trying to renew luminary stacks and maintain yearning. Even here, you can do damage on him. I use identity buff, brand. I was a bit late on that attack. And I'm waiting to use Awakening when he goes to the center part. Branding renewed, attack buff renewed, identity buff, and Dark Bomb's already in. Make sure to shield your party mates throughout this. Even with the Nana, you're not safe. See these people taking so much damage. But also you get healing at the end from Inanna. We managed to do the horse damage check. Attack buff, branding in. Of course, I lost the luminary stacks because of that cinematic. I'm in the front using time stop, and then make sure to spacebar out or use execution of justice so that you don't get caught in the process here. And that does a lot of damage too, even if you're on support. Attack buff and branding applied before I move out to drop the poop. And then whenever you're going back in, always make sure that he's not facing your side. It's a good pattern to provide shielding on. And then I use the execution of justice to not get knocked by the third strike, the teleport strike. You're probably not going to be used to using execution of justice unless you are in like Hell Clown. Just have it at your back of your mind. You always have push immunity from spacebar and execution of justice. And whenever you use Holy Aura, the initial proc is also push immunity. So always have that in mind. Have these options in mind. You never know when you're going to have to use it. For this pattern, everyone should move far towards his back. Like use push immunity too if necessary. Because if you get knocked by this, he drags you, he pushes you with him, and don't be standing in the front unless you have that process immunity and all. The This is one of the big danger factors in Gate 3. If you get pushed by that, dragged with him, and you're thrown off the platform, you die. Now I'm holding on to my identity buff to when he goes do the clash here. Attack buff, dark bomb, identity buff, and aura activated, big damage window. Then I do have an awakening up. Attack buff and branding in, because if you know the one shots well, those are also damage windows. A lot of them are. Vault in, moving vault in. Use awakening here. Yeah, I just activated here. I don't wait for the fail clash. That's a bit far away. I use execution of justice here to not get knocked by the X, and then I spacebar out of it. Not get knocked by the other ticks. I move towards his front after watching where the telegraphs are. Front and left are always not the places where he's going to strike. Also, if you're standing close to these clones when they're doing the slashes, they might do process on you, and that can be a panic moment. Just be aware of that, and just generally don't try to be too close to clones. It's best if you move out when he strikes, because the range is larger than it seems, and I've like sometimes been hit by it while standing over here. And thankfully, it was on a support, so I did have Christ immunity to so that I didn't die. But yeah, like just to make sure, just like just move out decently so that you don't get hit. Like the area is kind of like wide, and providing attack buff. This is a good damage window too. Providing protection. Noodles. And we do have like Gunslinger and is that a Sork? So provide attack buff during that donut Vulcan. I mean donut noodles. Because they will be trying to do some damage even during that. Front and right are the places where it's safe. Make sure to not get hit by that back grab, and then the left fling. You can push immune this part, but this part you'll get grabbed by, so don't try to execution of justice here. Just err towards his front or right side as much as possible. Then another. Oh, it's not the one shot. It's the laser. I'm waiting to use identity buff at the clash. Always have that in mind during this phase. You're gonna want to use identity buff at the clashes, and it happens every like minute or so. Always make sure to discern between clashes that are gonna fail, in which case it's not like a good damage window, it's a decent damage window, not as good as when you're actually clashing or using hidden Nineveh. Yeah, always have identity buff up for this. Have that in mind. Then we faced. I have awakening up. If I were, if I did not have transcendence, I might be saving it for the 55 line mech. But I do have transcendence, so I don't care. And we have like 8 lines to push, so I'm gonna use this identity buff right here. Always make sure to not get hit by that initial slash. This will one shot you regardless of who you are. Or if you're not dead, you'll be close to it. So so my party managed to profit off of a bit of that identity buff, but I know that I'll be able to build it back up before the 42 line clash. So that's why I spent it there. I did not save it because I will be able to build during this mech, and then like some of the patterns after that too. You can just like basic attack if you have transcendence, and then if you don't, if you fight it without transcendence and without awakening, just like use whatever skills that you can to push it off the uh, into the fog, that they get continuous damage from that. If you're unsure, just save awakening for this part, definitely. And then here, providing attack buff during rotations because he takes 50% reduced damage, but it's still 50%. And it's kind of a free damage window too, while you're waiting for people to come out of it. And so I'm building gauge here. And I walk out. It's the Diagon Alley. Always does Diagon Alley there. And then dropping poop on the right. And then always watch whether he's faced your way when you're going back in after dropping poop. And then I do have identity buff back up, and then my awakening's back up too. So I'll be able to follow it up with an awakening and another identity buff right after. Providing shielding because they're trying to look leftwards and you have ghosts hitting you. Always provide shielding during that. Then he appeared, someone took the clash, it's damage time. And then depending on your DPS, you might see ghosts around here. So always try to dodge the initial ghosts. And then you'll be using Way to kill the ghosts, of course. As support, try to dodge it. Be wary of the yellow telegraphs. Don't get grabbed. Moved out because it's the outside safe pattern. Time stopped the marbles. Spacebar out because I saw a ghost trying to grab me. And then during this, like, there's so much happening, right? You have ghosts trying to grab you. Thaemine is doing something. The fog is expanding. Just have to maintain composure. Don't panic. I get darkness stack, so it's hard to see things too. Manage to kill it. This part will be really difficult when you're progging. And it's the support's job to provide adequate shielding and attack buffs. It's you have to excel in Daymine Gate 3 and 4. It's the support. That's the star. Okay, Gate 3 on artists. Pot, time stop, Sacred Charm, Dark Bomb, full gauge when entering, all given, and mana food check. Should be trying to ramp up luminary stacks here. I don't know what I was doing here. And then at this point, you want to have Yearning applied to everyone, and you should have luminary stacks up. And then identity buffs on sketch as you enter. And then use push immunity, like upper stroke, or Starry Night. Not get knocked by that central explosion. And then don't use the second carpet. Save it for when you encounter Thaemine. And I was trying to build whatever gauge I could during that sword encounter. Carpet in. Sun Sketch was used earlier on. And then Sunwell. Identity buff is in. Sun Sketch. Carpet. So yeah, in this case, I think I save on the Awakening because it's a pug room and I just want to be safe. So I can use the Awakening at 255 lines. And here, providing protection during this rainfall is important. Because people are gonna try to do damage around here. And they might get hit by this rainfall. So always try to provide protection, shielding with Door of Illusion and Starry Night and all. If you're the aggro, you want to make sure that you're not moving it, not turning it. And then if you happen to be standing in his front side, then always use push immunity to not get knocked. And then it's at 276. So right after this blue sword drop, he'll be moving to the center. You want to be aware of that. And then in this case, I use spacebar before to arrive here faster because I know that my spacebar will be back up when I need to use it to avoid the fog, jump over the fog. You know, provide shielding during this. What I tend to do in this double wave pattern is I check where the seed is going. and I move to the other side, so I don't want to have to deal with it at all. So in this case, I have 2 DPSs along my side, and so I provide Starry Night. I jump over. I do get hit, but whatever. If you time it correctly, you can get hit. And for this double wave pattern, you can just move inwards because the initial safe spot will be here, and then it's here. So as long as you're sticking to the boss, you don't get hit. You wanna like don't think about it too much, then you can or play it safe. You can just err at the end, of course, like I just did. Right side safe, on sketch, and he's phasing because he already is below 255. I'm trying to build whatever gauge I can. I'm saving on that carpet so I can drop it on the center. Carpets on sketch, or Sunwell actually, and then awakening used right here, so to mitigate risk. That thing is spinning. Starry Night, so I don't have to think about it too much. Sunwell. Of course, if you know that someone might get hit because they might not be too experienced in this pattern, save Starry Night. And see if someone gets knocked, and in case they don't have recovery, right? Just spacebar onto them and use Starry Night. So you can provide protection so that they don't have to die in this. Awakening is not enough. If you get hit by multiple of these cones, you will die. Even on tanky characters. Carpet was applied. Because the sword is here, right? And then he like moves towards the aggroed person. So you can use carpet here and proc the brand. Oh, he's still there. I was looking whether anyone got caught. Nobody got caught. And if someone got caught, I would have space barred maybe and used Starry Night on top of them. One thing you can do on artists is just like whenever he does that, right? Just stand on top of the sword and just use Starry Night so that it has decent coverage uh all around the area. It's something you can do on Starry Night because the radius is so wide if you're taking the range tripod. Shielding is very important throughout this, and that is exactly artist's forte. I was waiting for the counter there. We did hit the first one, and second one is in. So now you're doing stagger. You can use Starry Night at the very end in case you fail the stagger, so that people don't take damage from the explosion from the failed stagger. Sun sketch carpet, and then we do kill the sword. I'm waiting to see if it's a damage pattern for the identity buff. Now it's in. This this is the pattern I call Diagon Alley. It's a decent damage pattern. Back grab, so I sidestep it, and then after the back grab is done, he stabs the front, so back is safe for doing damage. Great damage pattern. I use Sunwall there because like he's gonna appear somewhere around here anyway, so I just use it right there. Everyone was just waiting there. And I move to a safe spot. Front left safe. Outside safe. Front safe and then outside safe. And I like breed. What did I do there? I dropped some skill. Something. Oh, you see how much damage that guy took? You see that? Look at this. This guy. And then the Tharain pattern. Housing crisis. So I'm trying to apply buffs and getting a bit of gauge before I have to move to a safe spot. Now I have Awakening up, and I'll probably save it for the 190 pattern. Sun Sketch. I know Sun Sketch. Sunwall and Carpet used. Of course, you want to prioritize Sun Sketch use in general. In this case, I think I just use Sunwall because he's going to sit there for a bit. Probably. Or I was hoping at least. And I use Sun Sketch to not get knocked by that push. And then I moved out of the grab, the front grab. That thing is supposed to hurt. I guess because I did not get hit by the slash itself. Now he faced to the 190 line mech. Horse pattern. I'm following him, getting a bit of gauge with Hopper and Tiger, and renewing Yearning proc. Sun Sketch and Carpet are in. Identity buff in. Sunwell. Followed up. And I notice I have a bit of time more, so I'm building on that second bubble, and then I'm probably going to use Identity buff when he faces to the center. Identity buff and followed up by Awakening, probably. Yep. After providing an extra Door of illusion door as shield while I'm casting my Awakening. The aggro's turning. Carpet renewed. Just try to apply shielding as much as you can. Right now we have Awakening, but as soon as it wears off, I'm going to start taking damage. I think in this case I saved on Identity buff because I knew that the shield would get destroyed soon anyways. So I saved my Identity buff for after. Carpet, Sunwell. And then I used Identity buff. It's rotating pizza. X slash, and so I use Starry Night throughout it. And that did cost me my attack buff uptime. But oh well. I used the upward stroke there for push immunity, so when his patterns are strengthened after the magic fart, called the magic fart, he does a downward strike. It's a very big AoE, and you have to tank it using some sort of push immunity, preferably. And in this case, I used upper stroke. That's why you take upper stroke here. So you do the counter at the sword phase, and then wherever else, it acts as your lifeline for push immunity. Backup push immunity. I mean, you have a bunch on Sun Sketch and Rhapsody, but having that backup push immunity is always just insurance. It feels nice. I use Awakening there. Provide Identity buff. Uh, that was bad. I had like bit of downtime on unnecessary downtime on Sun Sketch. Yeah, like a split second downtime. I think I hesitated. Sunwall. Outside safe. So front and then outside. And I use Sun Sketch just in case there are people for greeting through this. Back safe, so good damage pattern. Dropping the sword. Sun Sketch and Carpet. And then looking for a safe spot. Left and front are always safe. Just find a wiggle spot between. Let's see, here I use Starry Night. So, because they're going to tank this, so you want to provide shielding through this too. So, Starry Night is a stellar choice for this, along with the push immunity. If he were aiming towards me, I would have followed that up with a spacebar or upward stroke for additional push immunity, of course. I'm like saving on that identity because he's going to face soon for the failed clash. Identity buff in, carpet in, sun sketch in. So they have full buffs to profit from this short damage window here. I shield them. This boomerang thing also does damage if people do get hit by it here. So just in case, just provide a bit of shielding. Sun sketch. Insight safe. Of course, if you feel like you can't get to the safe spots in time, always have in mind that you have time stop, and if you have crisis evasion, also be aware of that. I'm shielding through it just in case somebody gets hit by it. Of course, you want to make sure that at the end you have push immunity when he's done slashing, because the end part has a push, and if he does that near the edges, you might get knocked off the platform. So you just want to make sure that if you're using Starry Night here and you maybe used it too early, just make sure that you don't cut it off too early, of course. Then have in mind using upward stroke or spacebar or whatever to follow up on the push immunity so that you don't get knocked at the end of it. And then always gather on him after because outside is dangerous. Damage window, but everyone has to avoid these things. Those things give grudge stacks, 20% extra damage taken. And if they do tank it, at least, even if they do get the debuff, make sure that they have shield so they don't take damage directly from them. Draven pattern, moving outwards, looking outwards, just dodging while trying to look as much as possible outwards, especially at the end. And then, like, whenever he lands, maybe someone messed up and they looked inwards, right? And maybe they were the aggro and the Thaemine spawns on them. And then the slash might be headed this way, in which case you just have to have it in mind. Always push immunity in mind. And it's really fast, too. The initial hit, very long, and then it spreads sideways. A lot of accidents can happen because of that. And then I did save up identity buff for this part, so I will have one identity, and then a follow-up identity using Awakening. It's like a 20-second damage window-ish. So 2 identity buffs is good during that hidden Nineveh. Then we're at the Underground. I don't have sword, so I'm providing attack buff uptime. Identity buff once, dropping him down to 55. I don't have any skills to use safely. Oh wait, Sun Sketch is applied. He's down to 55. Now we're going to the 55 line mech. Reversed typing tests. Reverse controls. I'm not the seed. I'm waiting to find a safe spot. Right there. Basic attack at the very end once you reach the safe spot so that you don't move anymore. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Basic attack. One whip from that uh, brush is enough. But of course, if you don't have Transcendence, Awakening is very safe way to deal with this. Otherwise, if you're not trying to use Awakening, uh, just like fight them off. Your skills do enough damage, and try to push them out of this safe zone. If they're in the fog, they keep taking damage, so that helps. Trying to deal those clones. You don't have to use Awakening. It's the safest way, though. And say you miscalculated your awakening usage and you don't have awakening usage, just have in mind you can fight them off. The thing you have to be worried about, of course, is that you have reverse controls. So like stand right here and then have your mouse over here and then start off when the moment you see your clone spawn, you want to be starting off with some push immunity skill so that your clone does not push you or anything or CC you. And then so like Sun Sketch, Starry Night are good choices, and then like use Tiger and all to push them out of the platform. Even if you don't push them out, you'll be able to do enough damage if you land all of your skills. Of course, accidents can happen, so Awakening is maybe the safe way to deal with it. I'm trying to get full gauge out of this. Could even have dropped a heal ball and I would have gone back 3 bubbles. Sun Sketch. Then left or front for safety. I have 2 bubbles going into this. I'm using Starry Night looking outwards and shielding my team while doing that so that they don't get hit by the ghosts. Someone's going to get the grab. I already have identity buff in. Mark in, waiting to use Sunwall and using gauge skills in between. After using Sunwall, I used Awakening so I can get another identity buff in. Carpet. An upper stroke, also, you can use it for a bit of gauge, of course. Oh, I got hit there. Oh, I missed that. That was really sloppy. See how I got hit by it once, and I would have died if I did not have Christ Evasion. That was just sloppy. I was just trying to get in range to use skills or something, or I misclicked. That is a uh, yeah, that's a one shot. So I mean, pretty much one shot. You can DR it, but you don't want to get hit by it, of course. So be careful about where he's aiming that towards. Spacebar out to not get hit by the X slash. Providing shielding while maintaining uptime here is important. And let's see the radiant. It's at 19%. Yep. So that's how you get radiant and Thaemine Gate 3 on artists. Okay, Gate 4 on Bard. So this pug run apart from Scylla being in the group, you want to take since you can change battle items before 4-2, you want to take Stimulant and Pod is a given, and then Shiny Sacred, Splendid Sacred, and Whirlwind Bomb. And then I used my skill set from my support Daymine build video. You can go check that out if you want to know how to set up for Gate 4 on Bard. Mana Food, and then Luminary Stacks Prep. I didn't take Mana Food. Maybe I take it after going in or forgot. So generally you don't want to look at him directly because if you look at him directly, he's gonna start doing patterns from over here. And so if you're trying to move in towards him, then you want to move sideways and not look at him directly. That's the way I think it works. I think if you look at him, he starts doing a pattern. And then like otherwise though, the way to start is to everyone just looks towards 5 o'clock. And you wait until he moves towards the center before you start looking at him and doing stuff. One thing you can do while he walks towards you is you use your sound shock to proc yearning from afar. And like say if your party's doing that strat, then you just use sound shock once and it lingers, right? So he'll walk over it and you'll be able to proc yearning from afar. But someone did just jump towards him. I think that's Syla. Doesn't care. So the double slash there, you don't want to be standing at his front, but like there was no spot to get there, so I just used identity buff and then followed it up with Guardian Tune so that I don't get pushed by his double slash. Always try to go towards his back, however, and that's exactly why you don't want to have him start doing patterns at one of the corners because you might not have room to move. Always, when you're doing this, try to move him out of the walls, and fighting him around the center is best. So I use Heavenly Tune, Sacred Charm, followed up by Sonic Vibration. Now it's the Vacuum pattern. Try to go behind them. And I use One Awakening. You can use One Awakening before the 220 line mech. Of course, that left-right Pierce pattern, if he does the Earthquake, you can use Guardian Tune to prevent it. So, like, whenever he starts doing that, if you have Guardian Tune available, using it is best to minimize the risk in case some party mates can't make it out of the or don't have spacebar available to avoid that Earthquake. And always, this is not a damage pattern unless you're exactly sure what you're doing. This is not a damage pattern. The reason is this does a lot of damage and it gives you a lot of gauge. Front grab, so moving behind them is safe. Always you want to focus on providing shielding in case people take chip damage from stuff like this too. Like on the fifth one, there's an explosion, but in case there are party mates who don't make it out of it in time, you want to be providing some form of shielding on them. So that's why I'm using Rhapsody right here. Sound shock proc from afar and then sonic vibration. I don't have the poop, and so I'm focusing on doing attack buffs and all. I have close to 2 bubbles here. You can use it here, but you can also just save it for after. You do get to build at least 1 bubble during the stagger check. I spacebar inwards so I don't get hit by those telegraphs. Of course, the safe way to do it is just to move over there, but the more your party gets experience, you'll be doing damage here too. And there's an art to uh, dropping the poop in a nice way so that people can do more damage here. Well, I don't know the exact way to drop it like perfectly. Like it depends on where you're looking at and where you're positioned. There's a whole art to it though. Yes, I'm in party 1 and I'm probably number 4, so I'm going to the left. You can walk it out, but also using spacebar once reduces risk. Sound shock into sonic vibration. I do get hit by it because I like spacebar into a wall. You can also just tank it with Rhapsody. Trying to get yeah, like that. You can tank it with Rhapsody in case you need to deliver the sword slash to 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock. Uh, just get there and use Rhapsody, and you won't take too much damage. And then you always want to save Guardian Tune for the earthquake that happens after this. And so what I tend to do is I'll use Heavenly Tune and Guardian Tune, and then I'll move up to him and proc Sound Shock. And I do the counter, and then I use an identity buff um, to tank the hit frontward, so I don't like waste time moving towards his back. Counter. In this case, I do. I did move out of it. I used identity buff. Now the goal is generally the Bard's party will be sending people inside. And so your goal is to build 3 bubbles until the 275 line after the initial mech. Move backwards in order to dodge the double slash. It's a pizza. I didn't make it out of it on time. You don't want to get hit by that. It hurts a lot and gives you a lot of gauge too. I think at that moment I realized, oh, I might not have taken mana food. I'm running out of mana. In my setup, as long as you have 2 bubbles going into this, then you will be able to build 1 bubble if you do use all your skills, all your gauge building skills on Thaemine. It's kind of close though, so you want to be like 2 bubbles and maybe a half just to be safe. Upon beginning this part, I use uh, branding and attack buff. Heavenly Tune is fine. Actually, using Heavenly Tune is to go. So the way you do it is you use Heavenly Tune and branding, and you use shielding. So you can use Wind of Music or Rhapsody so that people don't get hit by this explosion. And then you save Guardian Tune. You save Guardian Tune. And you make sure you have 3 bubbles here. You do the counter, and by that time, you would have used like I think I messed up here, but by the time the stagger check here is done, what you want to do is use Guardian Tune, Heavenly Guardian Tune, Identity Buff, and Heavenly Tune in that order, so that people can profit off the 16 seconds from Guardian Tune and then 16 seconds from Identity Buff as they go in, and then Heavenly Tune will be applied for 8 seconds. You use it at last because it's shorter, and then you're waiting over here. I think I still have not realized that don't have mana food. I might take it during. And so I'm using Sound Shock here just to renew Luminary stacks and Yearning and all. Now wait for the first tornado to pass over here, and then I move forward. Sound Shock once, Whirlwind, and then as I go in, I use Sonic Vibration, followed up by Wind of Music, just in case people get hit by this hit in the front. Sound Shock renewed. And then here you want to be extra careful, right? Because you can get knocked off the platform. My goal right now is probably to work on a heal, a 1 bubble heal. I saw some of the party mates got hurt, probably while fighting the sword inside, the Daemine inside. That's the co-op sword counter. You gather at 1 point. You do a co-op counter in the front. And then you use Guardian Tune just in case he does the Earthquake. He might do it, he might not do it. But if you have Guardian Tune available there, definitely use it so that it reduces the risks in case people don't have Spacebar. And so here I did not need to use Spacebar because I had Guardian Tune. Attack buff and yearning and branding in, and then you deal with the counter, and then make sure if it's the co-op sword axe counter, at the very end he does a big slam that's very difficult to avoid. The way you avoid it is you go outside and then inside, but a lot of people will be just doing damage through it. It's the support's job to provide shielding through this. So make sure that at the end you use Wind of Music or Rhapsody so that people can not take damage. That is more important than providing attack buffs or branding during that time. That's number 1 priority. And then once you've done that, then you can work on buffs and all. I get grabbed there on purpose because it's better to get grabbed during this part especially, because this is a free damage window while they're doing the stagger check and while he's doing the after pattern. You want to drop down below 240 so that the uh, so that this part is done and people don't fall off the map. That's something you think about when you're playing supports and all. Getting grabbed on purpose. I go to the front in case it's a counter. Whenever he's holding the axe like that, you want to be wary of it. It might be a backstep earthquake. So pizza, I avoid it. Apply Heavenly Tune and branding from afar. And Guardian Tune usage, you kind of have to be flexible with it. Sometimes you use it for damage mitigation. Sometimes you're holding on it for in case there's a pattern where a CC block would be nice. You have to be kind of flexible in that sense. There's no answer to it. Pizza. I'm holding ground. Back back grab. You don't want to get grabbed by that. I still haven't taken mana food. L'Ariel. I I use this. So whenever you use Awakening on supports too, you want to see his patterns first because there are patterns where if you use Awakening, you might get grabbed, like the back grab or the front grab. You want to make sure it's a pattern where you can awaken through. Not even Awakening is safe to use here. Oriana pattern, so I use push immunity from Sonic Vibration. Tank it. Make sure that if there are people who are trying to tank it, it's best if you have shield applied on them, of course, because this is also does damage. And I'm in the front to do the counter. Sometimes it's a counter, sometimes it's not. Heavenly Tune, Sound Shock, Pizza. Find the safe spot. It's kind of hard to see sometimes, but there are two possible safe spots. It's either right behind his back or at his left or right behind him. Now we have a co-op Sword Axe counter, so I have Guardian Tune ready. Co-op counter done. Guardian Tune in. He did not do the Earthquake, but always, if you see him doing that pattern, make sure that you have Guardian Tune for it. I did not apply shielding, so like people did take a bit of chip damage, but I think they had Guardian Tune DR in, so they did not take as much damage. Try to apply shielding as much as you can. Why don't I take mana food? Maybe I'm just trying to like focus on raid first. And now I realize. Now I took it. Heavenly Tune, Soundshock, because like people are going to be doing a bit of damage there. And preferably you have 3 bubbles exiting out of this. Now the trick is you can do a bit of gauge building over here after applying attack buff and branding. And then on like the king pattern, we call it the king pattern, uh, you can also get gauge on the swords here. So just stand next to one of them and get gauge off of prelude and winter music and all. And then move out of it, of course, of the laser. Don't get hit by the laser. And then get a sword and you're out. Get a ball and then you're out. Now here, one trick on supports is that you can proc Yearning on the swords that are coming into you. So what I do is I use like Sound Shock on Bard, proc Yearning. And then the trick here is to right click on the center and then don't move. Don't unnecessarily move. Someone else will be grabbing the clash. It's not this, it's not going to be the support, so you don't have to like over extend and like get in a position where you might get grabbed. Always the center position is safe for the last one. And then I used one awakening. We always use we tend to use Shandi. After doing a few patterns after the clash begins. And so it's good place to use Awakening once. You'll have it back up after Shandy's used. So I managed to get in a 3 bubble. And then I'm building Gauge and providing brand and attack buffs here. And with Shandy, you also get reduced cooldown reduction. You get cooldown reduction as well. So like your skills, you can use them more often. Build Gauge as much as you can. Then use Awakening once over here so that you can get 1 bubble. And then you can also fit in like 1 skill, 2 skills even maybe when he lands. So you can spacebar in to not get knocked by his landing impact. You can fit in like prelude and even maybe winter music before the clash is grabbed. And yeah, he goes in the air. Here he's untargetable. Use Heavenly Tune, branding, and then I use a 2 bubble there. And then you're trying to build Gauge and maintain attack buffs and Yearning. Now you can still attack him here, although he's kind of untargetable. The important part on supports though is that you want to provide shielding before the big circle fills up, because it is an impact, people tend to just use push immunity in the center while doing damage because it is a damage window. And yeah, you see like you saw like two people get knocked because they couldn't spacebar in time. They will try to tank it, so it's the support's job to provide shielding during that. Now that was the backstep earthquake. Whenever like the screen zooms in after it's zoomed out, you want to be careful because he does patterns immediately. Someone did get hit. Fortunate. Guardian Tune, Sound Shock, Sonic Vibration, and I just tanked that. Heavenly Tune going in. I was just making sure that it was like whenever you're using Heavenly Tune, of course, you have to make sure that it's a safe pattern where you don't get paralyzed. Now this part can be a counter or it can be a outside inside safe pattern. It depends on the glow on his axe, but as a support, you're just always going to try to go to in front of him in case it's a counter. And then if you realize it's not a counter, then you just use some sort of push immunity to not get knocked out of it. Rhapsody, preferably, of course. You can also provide teammates with shielding in case they were trying to do the counter themselves. Wow, that was a very fast shoulder charge. And what did I tank it with? Oh, I guess it was Sonic Vibrations prolonged proc. There, I think my Heavenly Tune got canceled because I tried to use it carelessly. So I thought I would not get hit by that right side slash, but I did get hit. I spacebar to not get knocked by the piercing. Then I moved out of the half circle. Now we're at 86, so we're going to mech. Guardian Tune is in to provide some sort of mitigation if in case people do get hit. And then here's a decent place to use identity buff, attack buff, branding. I guess I just waited out to use identity buff after it because it's a damage window here, and then it's also a damage window after the counters are done. So I'm applying attack buffs and branding in the center. I'm checking if I'm the counter. If I have to deal with the counter, I don't have to. So I use identity buff, and then as the DPSs gather into the center, they'll be able to do some damage. Center, it's enough damage to go to the next mech. It's good. And some people use Awakening here. It's in case one of the counters failed. In that case, you want to be using Awakening here so that there is a chance that people don't get hit by the failed counter slash. Now, here's very important. Once you get down, you get up, you go to your positions, party 1 left, party 2 right, 3 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and make sure to proc yearning here. And people are like are greeting something over there. Your job is to not use Guardian Tune yet. And then have Yearning procced. I mean, you can proc it even after he goes up in the air and comes down. You can throw Sound Shock over here and proc Yearning in case you didn't proc it before. And then I use Winter Music just in case people get hit by those explosions. And then I use Awakening there. I saved Awakening for this part because this is somewhere that like accidents can happen. And then this is the beauty of playing Bard. You can use Guardian Tune here. Generally, there's people use Shiny Sacred Charm like this. So that because there's an earthquake that happens right here. If you don't have Shiny Sacred Charm on each other, then you will get earthquaked and get hit by 6 of these explosions and you'll die. But if you have a Bard in the party, they just use Guardian Tune over here and it lasts throughout, and your party will not have to use a Shiny Sacred Charm there. Now, whenever the scream zooms in, of course, hyper focus because he will start doing patterns immediately, and it could be something very dangerous like a backstep earthquake or something. It's a support's job to eat these orbs. And under 60 lines, of course, it's all about the support providing damage mitigation to the party. it's less about uptime. You want to make sure that your party is always covered with shields in the R. Anything can crit and kill. It's a counter. Don't get hit in the front. I provide Rhapsody just in case there are people who do get hit. Counter. Rhapsody. I'm not sure if that person got Rhapsody right before the hit, but yeah. Maybe that's an instance where a Gale Wind on Rhapsody can help. Maybe. Heavenly Tune after making sure that it's a safe spot. Like, it's safety first. It's not about uptime here. Shoulder Crush. Shoulder charge into backwards pizza. Back safe pizza. Shielding, and healing first. Heavenly Tune. Branding applied. Easy DPS pattern. DPS pattern again. Very nice with the patterns. Counter applied. I make sure that I don't have one of the swords. I don't have to go lay poop. Now, that's a bad position. And this is where having Vital Point hit and overall one Sound Shock comes in handy, of course. Just you having so much stagger. Because you're in position to do it. And after he's done with that, he will face towards someone and he'll do a slash. So you want to make sure that you have shielding provided. Oh, it's the aggro pattern. So oh, I probably was trying to use Rhapsody there. I was late. Healing immediately provides. Moved out of it. You have to always be careful. Under 60 lines, the half circle pattern can also include a Medusa in the mix. The vacuum pattern. Safe DPS pattern, and just use Awakening for good measure. And we're done with 4-1. Okay, going into 4-2. So make sure you change the time stop. Take out that stimulant. And make sure you are at 3 bubbles when you're entering it. So like people like supports and other classes too will have to take stimulants, so like you generally wait like a minute there. Or not. Because you don't need time stop immediately anyways. Never mind. And yeah, I do change skill sets. So we're doing the stagger check at 210. And so I took Soundholic. Again, if you wanna check what kind of skills you need to be taking, you should be taking, my recommendations at least, for supports going into Thaemine. I have that video up. Also, if you took a long time in 4-1, you want to renew your mana foods. I mean, generally, you would be renewing mana food. Actually, I only have a lot of time left because I took it during the gate. I forgot. So now, you want to be ramping up luminary stacks, and you're waiting for someone to open up the gate. And if you shoot the sound shock towards here, then the moment the gate opens, Thaemine will receive that hit because he's gonna spawn from here. You can immediately proc yearning and branding as well. Ah, it missed. Sometimes it does work. Or maybe I didn't aim it properly. Maybe because it was slightly sideways. So generally, yeah, I think it was sideways. So if I do land it over here, it does proc. We start with the meteor, and I'm waiting for a decent damage window to use my identity buff. And in this case, my awakening is on cooldown, so I probably won't use it. But if you do have your awakening available at this point, you want to use it as soon as possible so that it comes back up for the full gauge pattern. That's the Ramus pattern. Generally on supports, you'll be trying to tank a lot of patterns, and that's why heavy armor is very recommended in gate 4-2 especially. And 4-1 too, because of the crits, potential crits. Generally, you ping somewhere and your party gathers up for this, and they receive support shielding and DR before they go in, because like they might get hit by these explosions. And there is a safe spot here. Like uh after the initial set of sharks here, which you tend to avoid in clockwise motion, if you go to his left, behind, right behind him on his left, there's a safe spot there. See, if you're standing over here, then you don't get hit by these. So I was like kind of like trying to locate my party mates, but they see how much damage you can get from those, especially after you get hit by some of these sharks, because they make you take more damage. Now, one quick dash means round and round. So I tanked that using what? I think I used Guardian Tune there. Tanked, yeah, tanked using Guardian Tune. You wanna yeah, know what patterns can push you backwards or like knock you to the ground, especially because after the stagger check, you can fall off the platform. So yeah, I have Awakening, but I'm not using it just in case it might not come back up for the full the full gauge pattern. And see, I'm trying to like tank a few of these things like this. That's a slow grab, so we're going to be a comet. Oh, someone aimed it the wrong way. So like generally you want to aim it towards the center. And then watch out for the backwards L'Oreal counter. And you have patterns like these where you can bring Thaemine out of the edges. You don't want to fight him on the edges. Makes it hard to dodge and all. So here I'm the aggro, so I'm gonna tank it. And this also gives more gauge. And if you see over here, the gauge is increasing. So one thing you can do on Bard if you want to tank, say, the butterfly pattern to get more gauge, you can use Guardian Tune to tank one of them, and then you spacebar into the other one. You can profit off the full gauge. Also, like even if you get trapped there, like people will free you, so it might be more important to get that. Okay, I was trying to use Rhapsody on that person, but I'm not sure if they got the effect. Now we're going into domain expansion. And one thing you can do on supports is after like the third or fourth slash, you can use Rhapsody. And even if you get hit, you won't die like this, but you get knocked. Sometimes, so it's kind of weird because like some things, the push immunity works, and some things it doesn't. Like for instance, if you're trying to tank that on Artillerist barrage mode, you don't get knocked out of your chair, but Rhapsody tends to get knocked. Someone got grabbed there, and we did the co-op counter, and so it's a nice damage window in case you land all three counters. But generally, of course, you should not try to get grabbed in the first place. It's dangerous. Here, I'm trying to tank it, right? Because we're on the 240 lines, and at this point, we need to get full gauge so that we can trigger the full gauge pattern. And not have to deal with it. At you can't see it on screen, but at the time, the timer goes from 21 seconds to 20 seconds. If you spacebar outwards, it makes it really safe like that. Because if you're close to him, you might get hit and you might die. And one thing you can do on Bard, right, is around the time that this mech starts, if you use Guardian Tune, then at the end of it, you'll have the shield part procced. So around the beginning of it, you use Guardian Tune, and then so I used it a bit too early in this sense, in this case. And so the shield wore off a bit faster. But I'm gonna use Awakening anyways. And one thing also, don't use recovery right before you're triggering the full gauge pattern. because you need to wake up fast. The support needs to wake up fast and provide Awakening Shield. Now we managed to do enough damage, so even without heal pots, we have decent health. Now this is a big brain check I like to call. You just have to be very patient, very, very patient, and be very aware. Now, this is the easiest part, but you always have to make sure that the hands have entirely passed before moving. In this case, I moved too late and I got hit by the hands. I might have died there. I could have died. You're trying to do the stagger check and you have these hands trying to grab you and kill you. You take 5 hits, you die. You get dragged to the end of the map, you die. This one you have to tank. But I got hit by 2 of them initially. If you try to tank it too close, you get 3 stacks and I would have died. So I was trying to err towards the end. And I'm using Rhapsody here just to make sure that I don't get hit. And we do succeed the stagger check. One person died though. This is the most dangerous part, definitely. That stagger check and then surviving until you hit 4-3. And that was the fast grab. Oh, I got hit by that. Clumsy of me. Thankfully, it did not target Scylla. It targeted me. I'm tanky. I can survive that. Yamakasi, so moving out. One did get grabbed. I to move towards front to do the counter, but people take care of it. I don't know why I sound holic there. Front grab. Earthquake. Double Earthquake. So if you have Guardian Tune CC block enabled there, you can tank it. Even if you get hit, you don't get Earthquaked. The Imposter pattern. Go to the Imposter. And then go to the bright side of the moon. In case you want to tank it to get more gauge, you can use Rhapsody at its front, of course. And then whenever you see people who got trapped there, your priority as a support is to provide them with DR and shielding, so Rhapsody them. Domain expansion. This time, I guess I decided to use time stop just in case I get knocked out of the map. I was not the target. Heavenly Tune. He dodged the sound shock, or I did not hit it. I failed to hit it. Okay, best DPS pattern here. And then I'm saving Awakening just in case we're trying to get full gauge before we're entering 4-3. That generally used to be the play, but I think nowadays we push too fast. And so, like, I was trying to get hit on purpose there, just in case we were doing that strat. I guess we're already 107, so we might just, like, go to 4-3 with 3/4 of the gauge. Are we looking? Oh, yeah, we're just skipping. So this is gonna be kind of scuffed, but if you're experienced, I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm just tanking it with Rhapsody. Well, maybe I shouldn't, because we're gonna get the full gauge pattern soon before the hidden Kadan. And that's not good because it delays the hidden Kadan, and therefore it might make it so that you might not get to use the second Esther at the very end, because it takes around 2 minutes and 30-40 seconds to get an Esther bar filled up, and the gate is 40 minutes, and that's why you want to get the hidden Kadan procced within 1 minute, and so you have to reach that DPS check. But if you have a full gauge pattern in between, then it delays how fast you get the hidden Kadan. In this case, yeah, it's kind of scuffed. Also, standing in the center, that was dangerous. I try to move out and then space bar outwards. And I did save Awakening for this part. I should have used Guardian Tune, of course, when that pattern started, but I was kind of like, oh, what are we going to do with the gauge, probably? And best case scenario is if you have filled up at least 2 bubbles for this part. I kind of failed in that department. I should have had a 3 bubble, of course. But the tactic was not what I had anticipated, so I think I kind of was anxious. Whenever people get grabbed by that, if you're not grabbed, you definitely want to provide Rhapsody to the people who are grabbed, and then just like in general, because people might not be able to enter the circle in time. Just want to provide Rhapsody, just like yeah, especially on the grab person, and then just in case someone does benefit from Rhapsody by standing close to it. Yamakasi. So this party probably, even with one person, that probably does not need a second Esther to finish. So you're probably doing a lot of damage right now. Triple swirl. Renewing branding and attack buff. Move out. Of course, these patterns too, if you're trying to get gauge on purpose, it's good to think. Oh, I tried to Rhapsody that guy, but generally you have to get in. So my priority should actually have been protecting these guys. He survived with like 1 HP, that guy. That is Scylla, actually. Because he got hit by one of those lines while trying to greed damage this goblin. Oh my god. I'm trying to provide heals. Sudden grab, and that's where a Sound Holic comes in handy along with Sound Shock. Whirlwind Bomb, and then Sound Holic to do more stagger, but we managed to end it off before. That's the fast yellow grab. Butterfly. Here you don't want to get gauge, so you're avoiding it. And 4-2 though, of course, you're trying to get hit on purpose for gauge control. I'm just using Rhapsody just in case someone gets trapped in there. And then domain expansion. I have 3 time stops available. So I might just use time stop. Yeah, time stop there, right there. I keep getting hit by those yellow grabs. Thankfully, we have a lot of ground over here. I don't have to get rebound. The moment I see the ground lighting up in red, I use Sacred Charm, shiny Sacred Charm. I think other people did also. And then we managed to kill it off. And that was in a pug room with Scylla. And I made a lot of mistakes. That's just the way Gate 4 is. And I get MVP, of course. 15%. So Gate 4 Paladin. Hot Stimulant, Splendid Sacred Charm, and Whirlwind. And this is with our static group, and they're all very experienced except me. And we have MJ on our Esther support and Saint on his breaker. I definitely don't get underlined here. Prepping up luminary stacks before entering. Kind of proc yearning late there. Move out of the back grab. Left, right, pierce. Pierce. Focus on dodging this. Try to do anything funny. I got hit by the shoulder charge. Bad, bad. Especially with Holy Aura on. That's really bad. Vacuum. Make sure to put it somewhere out of the damage area. Backstep Earthquake, and so I use Awakening, knowing that I've dodged it. Follow up with a Holy Aura. I get the poop. The damage in this party is really fast because everyone's so good at this gate. I do end up wasting a lot of the Holy Aura. Attack buff renewed. Nice spacebar over this. Attack buff. Because there are people who are trying to do damage, like this artillerist here. Wait. I think I provided Holy Protection just for extra shielding there. For that artillerist trying to tank that pattern. I have to go to the right side because I'm on party 2. So I fit in a Holy Sword, Executor Sword, and then I finish off with a Whirlwind. Then I go back up, go up to deliver. And then we're moving back down. Use attack buff. A bit early, I guess. Then we're going to spacebar through the Earthquake. Brand applied. Holy Sword for countering. I do get hit by that front slash, so I had to burn my recovery. Attack buff. And Holy Aura. Because we do have enough time before the 275 line mech. I use God's Decree, just in case someone gets hit. No counter. So move out. Go behind him. And that was enough to phase him. 280 line, I guess. Not 75. Attack buff and brand in, and then God's Decree to protect party mates. I don't have to provide buffs for people going in. Because you wouldn't ask a paladin to do that unless you have double paladin setup. He can't provide identity buff for people going in. Now I'm waiting and I'm renewing Luminary. Yes, I use Heavy Armor 3. Whirlwind Bomb and then Holy Sword after spacebarring in. Spacebar out. Always have to be careful with spacebar usage. Here you can fall off the platform. And here, spacebar to not get earthquaked. And then dumb pattern, this is what I call it. Then move out to not get hit by the big AoE explosion. Holy Aura proc. I was waiting to find a safe spot first before casting that attack buff. Oriana, spacebar, and then I used the Holy Sword for process immunity, and then I followed it up with the Executor Sword for countering. MJ got grabbed on purpose. I think that's MJ. Yeah. Actually, that's not MJ. That's Neuromancer. Someone got hit by that. Another co-op, spacebar, into Holy Sword, and an attack buff. Oh, I got pushed into it. Because I was sitting in one of the landmines. I was like, do these people need shielding? I think I hesitated. Inside safe, so we stay inside. Good damage pattern. Pizza cone. Got hit by one of the landmines. Burns recovery. Aggro pattern. So always have in mind after that he might do a jump donut or Laria like this. Ready to spacebar over it. Back safe, back safe. Double slash into back safe. Weapon stance change. Co-op counter. Sword axe. Gathering up. Oh, counter happened on the left. Don't get hit. Gather up. Do the counter. And then shielding. Shielding, always remember to shield after the sword axe counter is done. Backstep earthquake. Someone got hit. We use charm for that person. L'Oreal. He's gonna face soon. 175. Sword Rain or Red Rain. And then look for whether it's a counter. So I use Holy Sword, trying to proc it from afar. Hit it from afar. He's gonna face upwards. Attack buff is already in. I'm trying to gather gauge now. I got paired up with the 12 o'clock. Trying to get whatever gauge I can from this. Ideally, I would have a bit higher so that I can use Holy Aura once we get to the clash. Procking Yearning, using Light Shock. And trying to get gauge off of those swords using attack buff there. Oh, I got hit. Oh, bad, bad, bad. Always try to right click the center for the fourth wave. Bad, bad. But I got Holy Aura in. I did not hit my Light Shock there. I have aim issue here. Oh, and then the clash. We failed the clash. Trying to move. And I'm hitting Awakening on Thaemine so I can get a bit more gauge. And I have Holy Aura back up. Attack buff, Light Shock. And then I'm going to provide shielding using God's Decree. And then I need to spacebar because I don't have push immunity. Oh, I failed to spacebar at the right time. Rip. No push immunity. Backstep, Pac-Man. Counter. And then lay the poop. And go back in. I didn't need to move that far, but the shield is already in from Holy Protection. I did not need to use God's Decree there. Space bar. And then Light Shock for process immunity. And he didn't do a counter there. It's like half and half chance. Back grab. Ah, I missed my... Oh, someone got grabbed there. See how much damage that did? And I'm a heavy armor paladin. Oh, I aim issue. Got that. Can't spacebar properly. Attack buff, Light Shock in. And I'm holding on to this Holy Aura because he's going to face soon. Yep, faced. Renewing Luminary stacks and all. And Yearning. By using Light Shock on the center. We move in. Attack buff. Brand. And I'm waiting to use my aura for after the counter. Now I use it. Attack buff. Branding. We drop it down to 48. Nice. We're way past the next mech. Party 1 left, party 2 right. And I auto attack and try to get a bit of gauge off that Holy Blessing. Proc Yearning especially. Holy Protection. In case people need shielding. Converge at the top, and we move down. Sacred Charm at the third explosion. Keep moving, and then watch what he's doing. Vacuum first. Use Awakening. Very good here. Protection. Go pick up the balls. Shoulder charge. Spacebar just in case. Left, right. Could be a Medusa, and so nobody got caught in the Medusa. We all looked outwards. Back safe pizza. This one can hurt a lot if you get hit by it. So make sure you're standing behind them, right behind them. I think I'm the aggro, so I'm like holding it. I'm not. Oh, I got hit by that. Oh, someone cleansed me. Nice, nice, nice. I was not paying attention there. Back grab. Nobody got caught. Good, good. Pizza. Focusing on shielding and DRing. And we're done with 4-1. Okay, going into part 2. Change the time stop. And ramp up luminary stacks as you go in. Start with an earthquake, double earthquake, random patterns. The proc you're earning, good. After it's done, I use Holy Aura, attack buff in. I'm waiting to use attack buff because like I have to avoid the balls first. There was a slight delay in that cast. Ramus. And move out of it, and then move back in. Stagger. The artillers was waiting. I use one awakening. You can use one before like as soon as you get in pretty much, and then you'll have a backup for the full gauge pattern if your party does that. I mean generally you will be doing that, but in this party, because we push so fast, I don't think we will be doing the full gauge the right way. Attack buff reapplied. Yamakasi. Moving out. Going back in. 6 strikes up and down. I avoid the last one. 4 balls. Front, back, side safe. Paint. I don't think I tanked this. It's kind of rough on Paladin too because you don't have push immunity. I got trapped. I got the easy job. So I'm waiting, waiting, waiting. And get to the bright side of the moon. Was that Saint trying to read through that? And then domain expansion happens because it's 6:15. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I use time stop. Oh, he targeted me right after. Then backwards and then frontwards fling. Round and round. I could have tanked that using process immunity. Attack buff in, space bar. Oh, I got body blocked. I was trying to go through him. I space barred that earthquake. God's decree applied on the artillers that got stuck in there. The earthquake. Dolphin grab. Attack buff. Brand renewed. We're at 210 already. So there's gonna be you don't want to follow this strat, of course. This is only doing this because we're like way over geared. Now we're waiting for the stagger check, avoiding things. Avoiding. And then brain check, brain check. Whirlwind bomb thrown. After the hands have crossed, then I move. Be patient, be attentive. I'm gonna use God's Decree to tank this part. Then Brandon and attack buff applied after the mech is done. Sadly, I have full gauge, but we hit the full gauge pattern. I have a full identity, but we hit full gauge pattern. That's kind of dangerous for me. It was very ballsy. So I used Awakening a bit late. And for some time, we did not have shield. That's because I wanted to profit a bit more from the identity buff. And my Holy Protection was on the fat shield tripod. So the shield did not last through too long. Now imposter pattern. And if you have anyone trapped like that and it's your team, make sure to provide God's Decree. 5 and 6. Round and round. We're hitting 105 soon. 4 balls, front back safe. And we faced. He starts with a fast grab and start providing shielding. God's Decree. I think there was one party mate who got grabbed. Generally, you don't want to do this counter in 4-3. Yeah, so your goal is to bring him back to center. It's because there's internal cooldown in this part, and it's more important to succeed the counter where he does the jump strike. Everyone uses Sacred Charm there. Artelos was a bit far, so he didn't get the effect of Shiny Sacred Charm. Swirl, triple swirl, attack buff, branding in. And now we get the defensive cooldown. I was waiting to use my awakening identity buff for this. Now we're doing a lot of damage. And we have Saint pounding him from the front. This is going to be a lot of damage with that buff from Esther 8 weapon owner MJ. Also that Gun Lancer synergy. Fast grab. Nobody in my party got caught, but he's going to do a pierce at the end, aggroing on someone on the initial aggro. Shiny Sacred Charms used. Dolphin grab. And then you have to go in. Slow grab, I think. Comet. Balls. 5 balls, so front safe. Of course, you don't want to fight him while he's hugging a wall. So things like this, the Yamakasi is great to bring him out. He should die soon. Double Zeniths. 6 slashes up and down. I got hit by it. Oh, it's the strengthened 6 slash. Triple swirl at the end, and he's dead. And MJ with those buffs gets the Radiant. Also get Radiant, but not Underline, definitely not. Gate 4 on Artists. And in this case, I did not take Illusion Door. And I'm going in with Pot, Stimulant, Shiny Sacred, Splendid Sacred, and Whirlwind. Let's get to it. So I'm doing the the pug strat, you could say, of waiting for him to come to the center, but someone procced his attack from afar. In which case, like if it's inside safe for that one, it's better to not enter at all and wait it out. Unfortunately, I'm not able to proc yearning because someone goblined. He did a dash into a shoulder charge. Oh yeah, shoulder charge. So that's why I reacted to it with Starry Night. But I don't get pushed, and I can protect my teammates. Another shoulder charge. I'm the aggro, so I like lead it towards the front for the vacuum. I use an identity buff there, and I'm probably gonna look for an awakening angle right there. After I'm out of the back grab, I can use awakening, and I have enough time before the next pattern. I use the so for the Oriana there as a support, you want to be kind of tanking things. What did I use there? I just use Starry Night for the sec. Yeah, I use Starry Night. Sun Sketch into Carpet. I'm protecting teammates with Sprinkle. Sunwell. Hopping. Sun Sketch, finding the safe spot. Carpet. And then we're under 320, so he's gonna drop the red poop soon. Uh, when it's a swish flick, then there's four possible outcomes, right? He did a jump strike, so he could do a back step or an immediate counter. What did I use to? I use a space bar to not get pushed there. The big trouble there is like as a support, you're probably trying to fish for a counter there and to be in position just in case. And he does a jump strike. If he does a jump strike, then you can get pushed. So you have to use some form of push immunity there. Not get knocked. And then in this case, he did a backstep. This could lead into a counter or a outside inside save. As a support, you want to be ready for the counter. So I moved inwards, and then I noticed he's doing outside inside. I'm using Starry Night to protect myself and my teammates. Now we have the poop. I'm not. I don't have it, so I'm just providing attack buffs and all. Move to center, immediately drop puddle and carpet so that people who are trying to do DPS there can profit off of it. Now I'm waiting for. Oh, I just move out of it because it was far enough. I'm trying to get whatever gauge I can. Now I'm moving rightwards and then leftwards. And spacebar here. I'm positioning myself here just in case I have to go to 1 o'clock to deliver. You can drop 2 skills and then you can move out. And then like in case you still have some stagger lingering there, you can probably drop more skills. But I chose to use Sprinkle and Tiger, and I dropped a Whirlwind Bomb. So generally I use 2 skills and then I move out. And then like at the side I can drop a Whirlwind to finish it off. And then I went to deliver just in case, and then I could have used Starry Night there, but I just got hit. I'm using Hopper to cover distance. And then because I'm not a bard, our party will have to use spacebar here, spacebar, to avoid the earthquake. Sun Sketch is already in. I just need to put it in carpet and identity buff. Carpet, counter, move backwards, use identity buff. I could have tanked it in the front, of course. Oh, I got hit by the hit in the front. I just pot it up. Weapon change. Always go to his back for that. And then he did a slash backstep slash. Vacuum. just use Awakening there. Sun Sketch, Carpet, and then Shielding from Starry Night. I could have used the one identity buff here, because it's easy to get bubbles on Artist. Counter, and then help with the stagger, and then move out. We have a Bard, so the Bard's party is going inside, so I didn't have to. Oh, wait. I think? Yeah, I think I used an identity buff earlier. So I don't have the bubbles. Could have used it earlier. With Sprinkle, you can maintain Luminary stacks. I should have maintained Luminary stacks. What am I doing? So Tharian going in, and now I'm waiting for the first Whirlwind. Come in, I proc. I spacebar in. Move out using Hopper, and now you have to be careful not to get knocked. You have to be wary about his patterns. Sunwell. Hopper. It's the aggro pattern. And that's L'Oreal, so spacebar in. Now I'm trying to provide shielding and healing to my allies because they got hit. Moving out. Gathering is best. I tend to use Starry Night or like Rhapsody on support there, just in case someone gets hit. Because the first one is a bit more difficult to dodge than the second and third one. The second one. Oh, it's a shoulder charge. So that was really dangerous. If I did not react to that, I would likely have died. So whenever you can do the shoulder charge there, because you can still fall off the map. Thankfully, nobody got hit by it, so nobody got knocked out. Backward, backstep into pizza. I do get hit by it. Sword co-op. Your job is to deal with the second and third one. And the third one, I get grabbed on purpose there. You have to get grabbed. Someone has to get grabbed. Generally, it's the supports. If there's a Gunlaster, they'll also try to get grabbed. I'm the aggro for the pizza, so I try to tank it. I tank it with Sun Sketch. The Oriana. I use Identity Buff. Jump Strike into Pac-Man. It's the easy DPS pattern. Backstep Earthquake. Whenever he's holding the axe, you have to be careful about this. You need to watch whether he's doing the backstep Earthquake. L'Oreal. I'm dropping a lot of heal balls just so that I'm playing safe because I think it's a pug. Maybe. Oh, I got hit by one of the landmines. I think I'm the aggro for this pattern, so I'm like staying position, maintaining position using Starry Night, not getting knocked. Backstep slash, backward slash. Dropping another heal ball for good measure. Back safe, back safe. And then he faced for the 175 line pattern, providing buffs. And then I'm trying to get bubbles, so I'm moving in. I'm dropping whatever skills I can. Get gauge there. I have 2 bubbles and a half. Good. Is every attack from Daemon a meter gainer? Some are more meter gain than others. They all give like some meter. Of course, you can proc Yearning by hitting something. The source. I just focus on dodging, I guess. You don't want to use Carpet to proc it, of course, because you need Carpet for this part. You could use Sprinkle or Tiger. Proc Yearning from afar during that. I waited for Identity Buff to run out and for him to move, and then I renewed Identity Buff. And then I do have 2 bubbles, so I'm waiting for him to land, and I'll use Identity Buff and then Awakening probably. Getting a bit of gauge while he's down on the ground. Carpet applied already. Sun Sketch into Identity Buff. Tiger into Awakening. And use Identity Buff because while he's in the air, you can still do damage on him. And I have my ally shielded. And use Starry Night for good measure at the end too, so that people don't get hit. Don't take damage. Aggro pattern. At the very end, always be wary about L'Oreal. I spacebar. Not get pushed. Another L'Oreal. Double L'Oreal. Move out. Good. Nobody got... Oh, wait, it's unknown. Never mind. Somebody got hit. If someone gets hit by that, you just have to move out. Because if you get hit by staying too close, that's a lot of gauge too. Counter. And then move sideways to not get hit. I'm the aggro, so I'm trying to aim it towards his front so that people can do damage in the back. Counter. Could be a counter, could be a outside inside. But as support, you're always trying to do the counter. Trying to grab the balls. I'm hopping over. This really nice. The hopper's really nice here to navigate. Cover a lot of distance. Good damage pattern. Doing the stagger. That can be a stagger, that can be a counter. It depends. I use Sun Sketch here. But I think it would have been better if I just saved it for the 60-line pattern in case it doesn't come back off for it. I use one identity buff here. And I'm probably going to try and gather another one. I'm not using my counter just in case I do have to do counter here. Already. And then I proceed with reapplying buffs and all. I do get a 2 bubble. I do spend it because we do have a bit of time before he knocks us into the air. And then we're waiting to come back down. I tried to proc Yearning there, but I couldn't. So I used Sprinkle there to proc Yearning. I'm providing Hopper just in case people get hit by the explosions. It's for good measure. People generally don't get hit by this. And now I'm not a bard, so we'll have to use Shiny Sacred Charm. We're waiting for the initial explosions to happen. After the third one, everyone uses Shiny Sacred Charm. Now, whenever the scream zooms in, you have to be careful. He can do patterns immediately. And everything hurts here because he can crit, of course. Watching. Easy pattern. L'Oreal. Awakening. More shielding and all. Someone got grabbed. Unless you're a support, you don't want to get grabbed there. Because it can hurt a lot. I think that bard might have gone grabbed on purpose, knowing that she can tank it. Can hurt a lot. Everything can crit, counter. And the outside inside here can be very devastating. Thankfully it was a counter. That's the most dangerous pattern. You have to move out. Don't step on the poop. Gather up. And whenever you're going in, pay attention, because you might be doing a dangerous pattern. Back grab. Never get caught by back grab. Vacuum. Kind of a scuffed vacuum there. Just a bit. You'll still do damage there. Shoulder charge. And I spacebar to not get knocked, and I follow it up with Starry Night. Provide protection. Co-op Sword Axe counter. People gather up. Counter. You have to provide a lot of shields here. And be ready to do spacebar through the earthquake just in case. And gather up at the end. And then do the counter. And then shield. I use Starry Night here. Perfect. And then we're done with 4-1. Okay, 4-2. Make sure you change to time stop. And if you had Door of Illusion before, probably Sprinkle is the better idea. I'd proc the Yearning and Branding from afar using Carpet. I'm tanking things on purpose to an extent. Rammus. I just locked the aggro because it was on me using Starry Night. Yamakasi, so move out. Drop the heal ball for good measure. I could use Awakening here, and it would be back up for the full gauge pattern. And always on supports, whenever you see the pizza, you want to be, you go in and then you use Rhapsody or Starry Night or God's Decree. Because the judgment for this is kind of weird. Sometimes you're inside, but you still get hit. And so just to make extra sure, the supports should be casting Rhapsody or DR, whatever, even after they're in the pizza. Like sometimes I've seen like weird footage where like people are standing here and they still got caught in that explosion, and it does a lot of damage. Trying to, was I trying to tank? No, I didn't tank. Back Backstep donut. Now we got the sharks. Got hit by one. Got hit by two. Now I'm providing shielding and healing. Starting that was a bit late. At least I'd Hopper in. Excalibur. Excalibur. It's not on me. I wasn't sure. I just stepped back in just in case, I think. Moved out of the comet. You're trying to aggro it towards the center. And don't get grinded like that. Someone died from that. Someone almost died from that. That hurts. I can't cast Awakening for bubbles. I might not have it back up for the full gauge pattern. Imposter pattern. And get safe and just cast Starry Night just in case. Just in case. It didn't need to. Domain expansion. So the trick is move your mouse cursor to where he would be at if he's watching you, and then use time stop when the cursor aligns with the head attack position. Grab. Starry Night, because people got caught, and so to mitigate the damage taken. Zeniths. Stagger. Good damage pattern. DR through it, but after it, it's a few seconds, couple seconds of damage. We're almost at full gauge. Just kind of scuffed because we're still at 260. I guess we just took a lot of damage. Hopping over it. I'm trying to get to the edge. Spacebar at 20 seconds left. I'm moving. Awakening. Offensive cut on is interrupting his movements. I use buffs, and then I'm using Starry Night there to protect my teammates who got caught, just in case the Awakening wears out. Did they get pierced by that? Ooh, nice. Stagger check. Identity buff. We need to do damage here. A lot of damage. And bring it down to the 210 line mech. Good. We got there. So that was kind of scuff. Uh we got too much gauge, and the pattern triggered at 260-ish, 266. We need to do it under 240 for the strats to be smoothly done. Now, stagger check, whirlwind in, Tiger, and I move to a safe spot. Sprinkle. Move with the hands. After you see them move, then you move. Always be patient. This one I'm gonna tank using Starry Night. Easy way out. I'm trying to get whatever stagger done. Sprinkle. Oh, and then I do get hit. Oh, we failed the stagger check. Okay. I guess because we had 2 members lying down. So now we have to be extra careful. Things like this, the messy pattern. If you get hit by that, you die because you get dragged to the edge of the map. I'm going to use Starry Night here, even after getting in. Extra precaution. Dolphin grab. It's the imposter pattern. Go to the safe spots. Then reapply brand and attack buff. Domain expansion. Spreading out. But it's clear to see who gets the aggro. Time stop. Perfect. Carpet. 4 balls. Front back safe. And side safe. Round and round. That guy almost died. That. Sharks. Get it? I got hit twice. So the thing about this is it looks easy to dodge. It's not when you're actually doing it. It's like because you have that fear. If you get hit by that, you can take 20% more damage every stack. There's a lot of pressure, especially because it's hard to get to this point. Retaliation. We need to do a lot of damage. And I probably have to take a few hits so that we can get gauge. Move out after the Excalibur is locked. Yamakasi moving out. Sun sketch reapplied. You notice, like my attack buff uptime is really poor here, and that's because like it's more important to deal with other things in it to an extent, like avoiding and providing proper shielding and DR. The more you focus on that, like your attack buff uptime can suffer, and it's also because like I'm not exactly too good at this gate. But you have to, if you have to weigh it, right? It's more about saving than providing attack buffs with high uptime. You have to provide it, of course, when it's a free damage window and all. Excalibur tanked. And if you tank that, you get a bit of gauge, so I did that. I'm trying to get... I should have tried to get hit by that. Oh, we used that strat. So we were waiting for the domain expansion, actually. And we used offensive Kalan to... Because the third domain expansion happens around the 50-second mark. So we actually did not want to get gauge. Oh, okay. Or maybe if we got gauge, we could have just gone the full gauge pattern. Like, either way, though, like, using offensive Kadan here worked out. And so what we're going to do is we're going to wait and watch the full cinematic. It's like a 2-minute cinematic. And that gets uh, the full gauge pattern done and over. We're going to skip through that. Probably going to watch the whole thing. Or like most of it. So the debuff is not there. So we've the full gauge pattern, the debuff and all, was over by this point. So the raid lead had a good read on that, and he skipped the cinematic at the right moment. Now in 4-3, Zeniths, double Zeniths, strengthened. Counter. Ramus. And the safe part can be anywhere to move. It's no longer always at the front and back. And you don't want to get gauge in this part, so I'm dodging the butterflies. Dolphin grab. If one of my party mates got grabbed by that, I would have provided Staring Knight, Excalibur with big explosions, big ball explosions. Hard to DPS through. Now we have the clash moment, so we're using Hidden Kadon there. Trying to get gauge, attack buff, identity buff in. And he moves slightly backwards every time, every moment. So you have to think about that when you're casting Sunwell and all. Sunwell, great pattern. I threw a whirlwind for good measure, especially because we are missing 2 members. 6 strikes and then swirl, swirl, swirl. Sun sketch. I got caught in there because the pizza, the safe part was around here. I jumped in and provided Sterinate to this guy. He got caught in that. It's one of the things you want to do on supports. Whenever you see your party mates in need of that DR and shielding, provide it to them. Counter. Good. 5 balls. Front safe. Pizza safe. Sacred Charm for good measure. Shiny Sacred Charm. Butterfly. Grab, grab. Oh, I got caught too, Satch. I was trying to be in position to provide Staring Knight. I should have just cast it earlier. Stagger, stagger. Good. And we're getting full gauge pattern soon too. The paint pattern here is much bigger. It's harder to dodge. Domain expansion. And then we're going to get full gauge pattern after that. Time stop used. And I've saved my awakening for this moment, of course. Spacebar at 20 seconds remaining. 21 to 20 seconds. I'm applying Hopper first, and then I'm using Awakening. This part is really dangerous because you won't have Kadan available for this. It won't have come back. And so in this case, Thaemine might be doing a move, and so I decided to use Hopper first. This guy dodged it. Make my job easier. Come on. And then I used Awakening. Because everyone's at 1 HP there. So you get hit by anything, you die. Oh, a lot of people got grabbed there. Ooh. And that's why Vital Point hit comes in handy. Oh, we managed to kill it right there before the stagger check was done. Good. Watching the whole animation. So yeah, 16% radiant with that. Also because there were people dead too.